that is the non-personnel costs and non-capital costs in the E&G fund. It was a little bit above target. However, there continue to be shifts of the underlying categories. So things really have not returned to pre-pandemic norms, even if the headline category number is kind of roughly where we anticipated. Our transfer costs came in lower than projected. Transfers tend to be around capital projects. So we saw increases through the year in our major E&G capital projects as we backfilled some construction costs. However, our departments also shift dollars over into smaller construction projects, and we didn't see that at the level that we otherwise would anticipate. And then finally, our E&G fund balance, it increased this year to $114.3 million, or roughly 9.9 weeks of operating expenses. So that has been rebuilding over some time. I'll orient, there's a lot of numbers on this slide, so I'm gonna do a little orientation to this. On the left-hand side, you'll see the category. First, we're gonna talk about revenues. This is a fun slide. The pink is where you see changes through the year, and those changes in the first numeric column, that's our initial projection from May of last year, so roughly 16 months ago, what we thought fiscal 23 would look like. Again, that's an early forecast, so things always change through the year. Our quarter one projection, quarter two, quarter three, and then quarter four, where we actually ended up. And so on that state appropriations, we have an early estimate. In the fall, we do settle up, popped up from 89 to $90 million, and we ended the year just right on track. That's a relatively predictable number once we get the quarter one settle up. Tuition and fees, we started at just shy of $470 million in fall. We moved that up to $476 million. We saw very strong entering class, particularly non-resident students last fall. So we saw revenue came up as anticipated. That held flat for the year, a small bump up at our quarter three projection. In spring term, we actually saw higher than normal credit loads. And so that caused a slight uptake with 20-some thousand students. Even half a student credit hour more on average is a lot of additional student credit hours, and so it's a minor change in behavior from prior years. Moving down to ICC revenues, I want to highlight that is our indirect cost recovery. So that's where when we have a grant, we charge a percentage against the grant that comes back to fill in costs that are supported by the general fund. So those indirects come back to us. If those are going up, it's because grant activity tends to be going up as well. So we started out the year forecasting $28.8 million. We ticked up in quarter one to 29.5, and then ended the year actually $1 million in advance of that. So we saw strong grant activity through the year. Sometimes that's a little hard to predict, and so it came up through the year, and that's a good thing. Interest and investments, and we'll hear about this in the next presentation from Kelly Wolf. But we started at forecasting $9 million, popped up to 9.8, and ended the year at $10.5 million. That's stemming from higher cash balances in the E&G fund. Move to the next slide. Oh, I forgot. We put some bars on here to highlight where we're talking about. What are some of these new inventions? Yeah.
Animation.
Yeah. I will say, as Brian's going through the animation, which was pretty cool, that I do really like this slide. Maybe you have to be a finance person to think this is the greatest slide of all time, but it kind of helps you to see like how on or off were we on our initial projections, how much did we shift projections throughout the year, and then where did we end up. So I think it's a nice, we do it once a year at the end of the year. It gives you kind of a nice summary of where things landed, and I'm sure there'll be fancy animation for the expense side. So.
Yeah, we were so proud of this too. All right, so we'll start at the top on the expense side. This is organized in the exact same way. Left-hand side, the expense category, and then moving through from our initial projection, and then each quarter. The big kahuna for us, roughly 3/4 of our expenses are related to people, so personnel service. We'll dive into this to some detail after this. Started the year at $466 million worth of expense projection. First quarter, we moved that up, and that's because we typically do raises beginning in January 1, where we do some adjustments. We pushed that forward to October, so we pulled that forward by a quarter. So we moved our forecasts up concomitantly, held that steady into quarter two. When we got to quarter three, our hiring had not come in as fast as we had anticipated. And so that was unfortunate. We have been focused on bringing in new folks also during the period you have folks leaving, and we weren't able to pull in as many people as we'd anticipated. So we brought that down. It came down a little bit further into quarter four, though, and we'll note this later, in quarter four, we did see a significant amount of rehiring that will annualize into the next year, but it did not impact significantly our financials for last year. Moving to supplies and services, we'll see if the animation goes there. This category, we have adjusted the slide a little bit to push a few things together, make it a little bit simpler for folks to understand. This on net through the year came up a little bit and then came down as we didn't realize all the expenses that we had anticipated. This has been really hard for us to project, frankly, in a post-COVID time. The categories that had been relatively predictable before this really have been very different. So an example of that, our travel has just not come up like we would have anticipated. But other categories, our international education program, which has a lot of costs embedded in supplies and services, has come up really significantly. So you would think that those two things would move together. They have not. And so this is an area where we continue to refine our projections, and we work really closely with the departments where the expenses are embedded. Moving down to transfers out, I noted this earlier. We started the year anticipating $12 million worth of external transfers. We were hopeful that some of the capital cost inflation that we'd seen in previous years would abate. That was not the case. And so you see revisions up at each quarter as we move dollars to backfill needs in some of our core classroom and research spaces. We brought that down at the end of the year. The final result was down a little bit. We usually assume that departments have an amount of capital construction, smaller projects in their areas. Some of that did not come through this year like anticipated. It may come through next year. We'll see where that goes. Coming down to the bottom line, way at the bottom of the page, our anticipated ending fund balance continued to walk up through the year, which tends to be a good thing, though I will continue to note that is largely due to personnel services coming in lower. Those came up in the fourth quarter, so this is really a one-time effect for us as we move into future years. We anticipate that the net revenue that came through will begin to dissipate down as we have more normal employment levels.
So the pre-read, the services and supplies number was 125 million. What changed?
Yeah, we have pushed together. The other in there includes a negative, and the negative is some internal costs where non-E&G funds are buying services off of E&G or other areas that count against it, kind of a contra revenue, or it's the opposite of that.
Yeah, it's the other piece. So if you look at what we're trying to simplify these slides to get it a little bit easier to put on one page. If you look at the more detailed quarterly report, you'll see those other line items. If you sum them together, they'll come to this number of services and supplies and other. So the underlying numbers are exactly the same. They're just consolidated a little bit.
Thank you.
All right. We're going to move to the next slide. This is the new section, so feedback appreciated. And we have a slide. You'll find it in your packets. This pie graph has been there kind of forever. On the left-hand side, we have revenue. On the right-hand side, we have this pie graph with our expenses. The blue on personnel services, you'll see, makes up 76.9% of our expenses on the E&G fund is personnel services. That is broken up into two basic things: salary and wages, and what you hear us talk about, other personnel expense, or OPE. OPE is about 40%, and that's your health insurance, retirement, taxes. We also include leave in that. Internally, we have a blended OPE process that we charge departments. I don't want to we can get into that, but it is a lot of minutia, as well as some other benefits. It's significant. It's about 40% of the cost 40% of our overall salary and wages costs, which means as a proportion of our salaries, it is very expensive. And I want to walk through some of those details. The OPE matters for us really significantly. Many of those costs are also outside of our control. So we're obligated to participate in the state's health benefit plan, so Public Employee Benefit Plan, or PEB. We are also obligated to partake in the PERS retirement system. So those two pieces, which make up the bulk of the costs, are ones that we have very little flexibility around. On the left-hand side are some details about those, kind of the two large programs. On the right-hand side, actually walk through what a kind of typical employee, the overall cost would be for us. So health insurance costs are average employee costs. Obviously, it varies for each employee depending on whether it's the employee only, spouse, employee and family, and which exact program they are participating in. But our average cost, which is actually charged out to the departments, is $18,500, which is pretty expensive. It is good healthcare. It's something that is helpful for us in attracting and retaining employees, but also an expensive benefit for us. On the retirement rates, I want to highlight a couple of these. Actually, start at the bottom is ORP, Optional Retirement Plan. This is a university-specific program which allows us to offer programs that are defined contribution plans and not defined benefit plans. So we won't have actuarial liabilities associated with those over time. On the first piece, PERS, which folks often hear about, there's usually the annual story in the Oregonian about the expensive PERS. That is a defined benefit plan, so there will be actuarial liabilities with those. Sometimes that hits our financial statement and causes some interesting swings. PERS in Tier 1 and Tier 2, where there's often that conversation around, it's 33% of somebody's salary. Which again, it's a pretty expensive program. If you skip down to the optional retirement plan, Tier 1 and Tier 2, those are actually pegged to Tier 1 and Tier 2 PERS. So those move with it, but they don't have an actuarial liability, so there is some benefit to the institution over the long term. Sorry for all the acronyms. OPSERP, which is a Tier 3, it's another PERS version, so there have been several versions over the years as the legislature has sought ways to adjust those programs. Is less expensive than PERS Tier 1 and Tier 2. However, it is increasing in its expense. So oftentimes there's once PERS Tier 1 and Tier 2 are done, then our cost structure will come down. That's not necessarily the case because the liability that's associated with the PERS program that's on Tier 1 and Tier 2 employees is still an obligation of the entire system. So that cost will shift. It just will be on sort of a different employee class over time. So just kind of a couple of structural notes for us. To move to a kind of typical employee. So this data actually went through and found an employee that was right about $75,000, made some minor adjustments to get it on. So $75,000 employee, we charge insurance against, so there's $18,000. There we go. Their retirement, assuming this person is a PERS Tier 3 employee, would be about $20,000. You have payroll taxes, FICA taxes, these are charged to everybody, unemployment insurance, workers' compensation. There's some other various taxes depending on where they're located. Our total OPE cost would be $45,000, or roughly 60% of the salary cost. So oftentimes folks will focus on what the salary is, layer on the OPE, and it becomes a much more expensive program.
So I will just make a note here, and sorry to dive so in the weeds, but we thought this is a question that comes up a lot at the university. Why is OP so expensive? Why are benefits costs so expensive? And so we thought it'd be helpful to show kind of the breakdown of what's behind that. I will say that when I talk, first of all, I will say our rates are the same as Oregon State and the other campuses in Oregon. They're required to follow the PEB costs and the PERS costs, just like that we do. Everybody has a little bit different mix of employees in terms of what insurance they're taking and what retirement they're on, but we all are facing those very high cost structures. It is much higher than other schools across the country. So when I talk to other CFOs across the country and I compare benefits cost rates, we are on the very, very high side, which is very challenging because when you think about it, we get a very low level of funding from the state. And then if our costs associated with personnel are much higher than other institutions across the country, that's a real challenge. It's also a particular challenge for our researchers because when they're putting in applications for grants, there are higher costs associated with benefits. So this is a very real issue that we wanted to make sure the board had a good understanding of because it does affect how we spend our dollars and how many dollars we have to invest in people and the costs related to people.
And we're going to shift gear a little bit and start talking about employee headcount, the amount of folks we have. So we can see over the last several years, really the impact of the pandemic and what was a pretty challenging hiring market for us. So this graph is our employee headcount, and this is a snapshot. So we like to look at these at a point in time. and this is June, so the kind of end of the academic year. This includes all of our kind of core employees, faculty, librarians, or officers of administration, classified staff. It does not include student employees. So think of this as kind of your regular employees. And we saw growth pre-pandemic. So FY18, FY19, you see that growth. And then fiscal year 20, in June, you start to see that decline. During that time period, there was a hiring freeze, other activity, which accelerated some folks taking retirement packages as pieces. And so we saw an attrition of employees. When you get to 21 and 22, when some of the rehiring began, that's a place where we saw a swirl, right? So as many folks as we would bring in, we would see a few more leave. The amount of activity in our HR department was incredible, but we were kind of running to stay in the same place. If we were to have this graph in October of last year, you would have seen a leveling out. But in June, when we have this snapshot, you see that growth. And so we really saw in the last quarter of the fiscal year a pretty significant level up in terms of employees. We have not seen that on faculty. We'll talk about that in the next slide as we conclude. But in our overall employee counts, we have seen some of that regrowth. It didn't impact our financials this year because it happened towards the end of the year. As those annualize the full cost of that into next year, we will see that impact over time, and that will come up in our long-term projections in the next slide. And I mentioned faculty because that is a much longer-term hiring process. It is a multiple year between the institutional hiring plan where we lay out which faculty we're going to hire. Approvals are made. Go out for the search process takes a year, and then folks will come often the next year or sometimes the year after that. So it can be 2 or 3 year lag between the decision to go after a tenure track faculty member and when they actually land on campus and begin. So what we see is a concerted effort. This slide goes back to the 2015-2016 fiscal year. That's the time when the institution was making commitments to begin a significant rehiring and growth process for our tenure track faculty. That was successful. And you see that pretty significant growth, getting just to the 800 number in 2019-20. And then as the pandemic came on, there was a hiring freeze and an early retirement program or retirement incentive program. And so folks left at a little bit faster clip and we did not see rehiring. We have now re-engaged that, and we have a plan going out into the out years to add 15 tenure track faculty a year. That's a lot more searches than 15 because every year you're going to lose 30, 40, 50 faculty members. So to net 15, you're running a pretty significant amount of searches. And there is just a cap in how many we can effectively run through the year. They are very intensive processes. And so we have a long-term plan, add 15 a year, every year, and you'll see that compounded growth over time. So that rebuilding process is in train, and we'll see some of the results of that this fall, and hopefully as that continues over the next several years. So that's the end of the deep dive on our personnel this year, but that is the largest of the expense category, something that we're highly focused on.
Question for the hiring for faculty, is there a balance in the departments of where these are coming, or?
That's a question that the provost, I wish I could answer that. That's something we work with. Okay, how many slots are there? And then the provost's office takes over. Where's there an academic need for that?
Yeah, and just one point I'd add to that is I think it was about 5 or 6 years ago, we switched to a different hiring process for tenure track faculty. So what ends up happening is that when people leave, those lines go back to the provost's office, and then each school and college is working with their departments to put in proposals for new faculty. And then those faculty proposals are vetted through various committees, and the provost's office ends up making the final decision looking across the institutions for strategically where we're going to rehire. And so it's academically driven through the provost's office through inputs from the schools and colleges.
Do I understand that a new employee, their PERS benefits is less generous than a 1 and 2? Is that accurate?
Yes.
And if an employee leaves, our obligation on PERS remains with the organization.
The way that PERS is actually charged, and Brian, jump in if I say something that you think is incorrect, but basically we are charged, the overall state is managing the program, and so we're not responsible for individual obligations for individual employees. Actually, the person who should jump in is Kelly if I say something wrong. And so it's managed at a state level. But then what the state does is it looks at its total assets, it looks at its total liabilities, it determines how it has to adjust its rates going forward, and then those rates are affect our current payroll. And so it's not a, Kelly, am I being accurate? It's not a person to person tracking, which is interesting because if your payroll is growing, then you're in some ways taking on more obligations. But um, I think the important thing to know that Brian emphasized is it used to be that we were charged a lot more for people in tier 1 and tier 2. And then those people that started in tier 3 or ops had a lower benefit level. And so we were charged less. As time has gone on and the folks that are in tiers 1 and 2 have retired, the PERS board has had to raise the rates on those tier 3 people in order to cover the unfunded liability. So it doesn't matter, they're not getting the benefit of those costs, we're still having to pay them.
And Jamie, the majority of our people are in what tier?
That is a great question. Do you know that data?
We do. The majority are in tier 3 at this point. The 1 and 2 has actually come down pretty precipitously over time.
Yeah, and the challenge is 10 years ago, you might have thought, well, great, that's going to reduce our costs. But then you start to look at these numbers, and because the state is facing this unfunded liability, they've had to raise those rates even on the tier 3 employees who aren't getting the higher benefit.
The tier 3 that is ORP is voluntary, right?
Yes.
So that's half the cost, but the employee would have to choose to take that as a lesser benefit, but they would control it more.
Yeah, so I wouldn't say it's a lesser benefit. So I want to be really clear here. It's an alternative benefit. So one is a defined contribution plan, one's a defined benefit. Again, the reason why it's a lesser cost for us because the way that we've structured that program, if you come in and you decide to do the optional retirement program, which is completely voluntary, employee choice, what happens is 8% of your salary is put away in your retirement program, and then that grows and you get to keep that. And if you voluntarily put away up to 4% in your 403B, then we match that. So you can actually get 12%. And so that's what the benefit is for someone who decides to do that optional program. If they do PERS tier 3, there's a whole PERS like that I can't cite off the top of my head, but there's some you vest in 5 years and there's some percent of salary you get as a pension. But the reason why the cost is so much higher for us is not necessarily totally just what they get. It's, again, paying back money on those tier 1 and tier 2. So I just want to be clear because I don't think it depends on your situation, what someone might choose.
We cite them both as tier 3. It's really the defined benefit that is more costly to us as opposed to the defined contribution, regardless if it's tier 3 or not, because there are 2 of them on here that are tier 3 and they're different.
Yeah, and actually, I want to clarify because I realized that we're now on tier 4 of our optional retirement program. We've created, so that one I was describing is for the newest employees, which is actually tier 4, the optional retirement program, and OPSER tier 3 is that defined benefit that's costly where the state adds on due to the unfunded liability.
But I think it is important to note, and I don't have the proportion of it, but a significant amount of that difference is the difference between the unfunded liability associated with all PERS employees.
Right. But to Elisa's question, tier 3, most of them are in tier 3.
Tier 3 PERS.
Yes.
Yeah, my apologies.
Okay.
Yes.
Do we control the benefit level of the ORP tier 4? Can we set that to make it more attractive to try to encourage people to come out of the PERS tier 3?
Yep. So I will share what I know, and then I have a question mark. Kevin may be able to opine. So the optional retirement program is actually one of the retirement programs that we run at the University of Oregon for the benefit of all 7 campuses. And so it is a unique program to the universities, but it is for all the universities. So it would apply to all university employees. I believe early on when it was formed, the reason why the tier 1, tier 2 costs are so high is it was statutorily required to with a formula to essentially match PERS. At this point, I do think we have the flexibility, but you'd have to go through plan amendments and those types of changes. And I'm looking at Kevin if he knows anything more he could share on this topic. But again, this isn't just for the University of Oregon; it's for all 7 campuses. So if we were to look at changes, we would also want to work with our partners.
My malpractice carrier precludes me from giving
There
ERISA
you go.
advice in public.
Yeah.
We are looking at this. I mean, we certainly hope that there are some options.
My memory is, and this is again where maybe we should just get the data unless Kelly has it. I want to say something like 20-30% of people choose the optional plan. But a lot of people don't actually pick a plan. And if you don't pick a plan, then statutorily we enroll you in the PERS plan. That's what the state statute says.
And it's a one-time lifetime election. And so we aren't going to be able to, far as I understand it, lure people back into one. Any work that we do, it will be just employees going forward.
Brian, I had a question on one of the slides you showed, and Jamie always talks to us about this. We have 9+ weeks of savings
Yeah.
reserves, and that's higher than usual, and that's going to go back down to our kind of normal area, or are we going to keep it a little higher than usual?
So it is higher than usual, lower than we would probably like. Let's see if I can get the talking points right here. So higher than it has been. It has been a hard slog to build it up a little bit. That's a little less than 2 months. So it's not a level that I think anybody would call, I don't know, incredibly strong. I mean, I think we're proud of where we're at. We would hope, and we'll see this in the long-term projection models, things vary, right? Our operating margins as employees, as we re-employ, we would expect the operating margin to come down every year into the next several years. So if we can hold it steady, I think we'll be happy.
Yeah, the one thing I can share on this one is the HEC actually does, the Higher Education Coordinating Commissioner, HEC, does a financial conditions report every year on the 7 campuses in Oregon. And they track a lot of numbers, and hopefully they'll continue to do that because it's an interesting way to kind of compare. When you looked at all 7 campuses, the last time I looked at that report on how many weeks of operating expense do they have, we were either the lowest or second lowest in the state. In terms of, how many weeks of operating expense do we have? So we have been, I just want to emphasize the point Brian made, we have seen over the last couple of years, and you'll see it in the long-term projections, that we've been able to grow that kind of fund balance, but we have been at an extraordinarily low level, even compared to our peers across the state.
Sorry. What's the best practice for state universities on that? Just curious.
Yeah, this one is a really hard one to get numbers on, and I've tried to reach out to colleagues because folks track things slightly differently, and lots of schools don't actually share the level of detail that we share. I can tell you that when you think about it just operationally, it'd be nice to have at least a term of revenue if some catastrophe struck and suddenly we had either an impact to our tuition dollars or an impact to state appropriation. It would be nice to have, I've always thought, wow, it'd be wonderful to be able to have a term, maybe 12 to 15 weeks, but it is a tough number to get because not all schools track things differently, and not all schools share data at the level that we actually share our data. Other questions before we move to the Treasury report? Okay. Actually,
Treasury report.
sneaking one in on you, Andy.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Kelly Wolf, Associate Vice President and Controller, and I am pinch hitting for Jeff today. So if you have really detailed questions, I may just take notes. So our first slide on the Treasury report, the graph is showing you the average cash and investment balances for the quarter ending June 30, going back for the last 5 years. And you can see that they have been growing this fiscal year 23, quarter end of June 30. We ended at an average of about $615 million in cash and investment balances. The growth was due to a few different factors, and those are listed in the bullet points on the right-hand side of the slide. A lot of non-recurring, one-time cash infusions. The HERF monies or CARES monies as came in. We did see some reduction efforts during the pandemic. As Brian mentioned, unprecedented level of open positions, which obviously means we're not spending cash on them, so they are staying in our cash balances. And in the last quarter, we did have a lot of some additional monies that were in plant funds. Plant funds are specific buckets of money that we use to build capital projects on campus. So we have those are showing a little bit higher than they have in previous years, which is leading to some of that increase that you see. Some of the recurring is that we did see increased tuition revenue, and that will continue to come in.
So one point on this slide, just to remind folks, the previous presentation that Brian did is on our education and general funds. So that's our core budget of unrestricted funds that are used for the schools and colleges and for kind of main academic operations, administrative operations. When we look at our treasury report and the cash and investment balances, that is pulling funds from all of our fund groups together because we pull that money together and try to invest it or do invest it in a portfolio approach. And so embedded in here is cash that comes from restricted gifts, cash that comes from grants, cash that comes from proceeds that, not bond proceeds, but other funds that we have for capital projects. And so that pot is a mix of a lot of different funding sources. And as Kelly pointed out, we have seen that grow in the last several years. We do not expect that to continue. And in fact, with the plant fund balances, once those major construction projects get underway, Knight Campus, Eustis, Heritage, those funds are going to go down. So we're sitting at a point where we do have a large amount of cash sitting in the plant or construction
So
fund.
these funds are distinct from the endowment funds.
Yes, this is different than the endowment funds, but not to make things even more confusing. We have our tier 3 of this fund group. So we pull all this cash and investments together, and Kelly's going to show you how we break it up and we invest it in different ways. One piece of that's managed by the foundation.
And you mentioned gifts. Does the university receive gifts directly that don't go to the endowment? Sorry.
Do you want me to take them or do you?
Generally not.
Okay.
Generally, we direct all gifts over to the foundation to manage for us, and then departments will draw monies down as needed.
We get a very small number of direct gifts each month that are, cash at charity auction type things, or people donate paintings or things like that.
So this next slide, we did make some changes to where we are holding our cash and investments over the fiscal year 23, and we did this primarily to take advantage of a higher rate environment in different areas. So if you look at the FY23 Q4 balances, which are over on looking at it on the right, our tier 1 checking takes up about 48% of our cash and investment pool. There's actually 3 distinct accounts in there, making between 5.15 and 5.2%, depending on where we are for the day. Tier 2 is state treasury, holding about 15% of the cash and investment, and you can see that's a major change from where we were at 22, where it was 63%. We also have a tier 2 fixed income portfolio holding about 12%. We did invest this year in a PERS side account. As we mentioned, the PERS rates continue to grow a little bit every year. We were able to take advantage of a state match program where we did invest money in the PERS pool, which is kind of prepaying our rates for the next 20 years. So we are dropping our rates through the benefit of this investment in the PERS pool. That's what that side account is, and we are tracking it as an investment. And then finally, as tier 3, as Jamie mentioned, is a slice of our cash and investment pool that is being managed at the foundation for us. That we call it the tier 3 or T3 portfolio.
Just to make sure I'm understanding the two slides together, we have an overall increase in our cash balances, and of that, we've increased the percentages in checking because of the rates.
Correct. That's where we're holding it. So money that we used to hold in state treasury, we have transferred over to some of our other tier 1 checking areas and sweep accounts because it's a better rate environment.
Do you have
It maximizes our interest earnings.
Do you have an estimate of the increase in earnings we're getting by you proactively managing this?
I don't off the top of my head, and unless Jeff texts me, we can get that information to you.
Yeah, I based on the numbers that Jeff gave me when we were looking at the building projects, I think it's between 8 and 10 million a year that we've been able to earn. And if you remember last board meeting, or I think it might have been a special board meeting in the summer, where you all approved a budget for the Portland project, and we said we were using some internal bank funds. This is where it's coming from, was we were able to earn more on those short-term funds and then invest that money in the Portland campus.
Thank you.
Thank you. This last few slides, we are measuring a ratio of our total cash and investment pool to our debt. We have seen it growing over the last number of years. So in Q4, FY23, we're at 71%. So our cash and investments are 71% of our total debt, which is good news. It's higher than it has been in past years. The not so good news is that we are still substantially lower than what the S&P rating agency shows as their median for our ranking of AA schools. So, and just as a point of comparison, that's the single A median. So we do have some work to do to increase our cash and investment pool to get to that, to raise that ratio up as a percentage of our debt.
And the fact that we've got a separate endowment of funds in the foundation, that wouldn't offset any, they're measured the same?
We don't include the foundation in our cash and investment
Yeah,
pool.
I understand, but do others?
Yeah, so when this particular ranking does not include the foundation assets, but the rating agencies look at a whole host of things, and they do look at the foundation assets. And so when you look at this, I mean, we are at AA minus with S&P. And so if this were the only metric we were measured on, you'd say, wow, why did they give us that rating? It looks like we're not strong enough for that rating. But we have other items where we do much better. And then quite frankly, with both Moody's and S&P, our balance sheet is not as strong as our rating, and typically they end up giving us a slightly higher rating because of the strength of our governance process, our board, our treasury policies, management, that kind of stuff.
Did you say board?
Yeah. Say you. But yeah, this is one of the challenges. And I would say when you think about this challenge, there's really two issues. There's a level of our cash and investments, but there's also how much debt we have given the size of our organization. And we are very leveraged, meaning we have a lot of debt relative to the size of our organization.
Questions on that one? That is the Treasury report.
Just on the last, sorry, on that last, that's measured against other universities with the same rating, or is that all institutions that have the same rating?
That's other institutions that have this, the AA or the single A rating out of S&P.
Higher education companies, et cetera.
It's
No,
higher ed.
this is
Just
higher ed.
universities, okay.
Great. Other questions?
So, I did have a question. So is the goal to try to get to like 118? I mean,
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna. I would say that it's unrealistic that we would ever get to the goal. So one of the challenges that we have when you think about reserves and you think about our fund balances, our cash and investment, is we're constantly trying to make trade-offs between we want to have enough funds to make sure we're in a stable position, but at the same time we have budget pressures and there are things we need to invest in for the institution. And so to take a position that we have to grow things so much on our balance sheet, but it restricts the university from doing the things that we need to do to move the institution forward would obviously not be a good thing. So given these numbers, I don't think it's realistic that we're ever going to get to be matching the AA2, but we felt like given that our numbers have been growing, we thought it was helpful to share with you that we've had some success in growing the size of our fund balance and our reserves, but at the same time put it in context of other higher ed organizations so that you have some sense of where we stand comparatively.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Jamie, is it your?
Yep, I think I'm up next and Brian's going to stick around in case you all ask questions that stump me. All right, so the next thing that we wanted to do is to talk about the long-term projections. And this is something that we typically do with the board every 12 to 18 months to try to get a sense of what things look like for our education and general fund. And so I want to talk about just some of the context of this exercise. So the first thing is just for you to be aware that our goal in doing this is really to show you a whole range of scenarios of what could happen depending on various variables and assumptions. And in particular, you'll see throughout the different scenarios that we look at that we're trying to isolate and vary tuition rates or state appropriation levels or enrollment levels or inflation so that you can get a sense of magnitude. If certain things were to happen, how does that affect the university? And so we typically do not just have a crystal ball and say, these are our projections. Instead, we like to give you a range of scenarios of what things could look like. And this time, I think we have 15 different scenarios. We will not go in depth on all of them, but I'm happy to answer questions if you have on them that hopefully help you have a better understanding of how much our financial situation could change depending on things that might end up happening or occurring. Many of these scenarios, as you'll see, take us to a very negative position where the net run rate, meaning revenue minus expenses, is negative. We can do that for a year or two, but we can't be in a negative position on an ongoing basis, or we would end up in a very bad spot. And so, if these scenarios were to materialize, we obviously would have to take action to rectify our financial situation. We'd have to have budget cuts, we'd have to adjust. We did not assume that we took those actions in the scenarios, because if we did, then you wouldn't be able to see everything would end up balancing out, because we'd assume, well, we'd cut expenses to match. So I want to be really clear that in many of these cases, we couldn't run the institution with the kind of numbers you're going to see. We would have to take action to reduce expenses if we face them.
So are you figuring on a lag time for the reaction then to shore things up?
Again, what we're trying to show here is not the whole next stage of planning, which we have gone through in the past. So in the past, just to be clear, we've gone through 3 rounds of budget cuts where we had to reduce expenses. We had to lay people off. It was pretty horrible, to be honest with you. So we've gone through that process multiple times. There is a lag, as you mentioned. But the purpose of this is to show you where we could land in terms of the different assumptions. And then if we started heading down a path that looked more negative, we absolutely would need to start engaging in more detailed planning around that. Okay, so one thing to be aware of is that when we do these projections, one of the things that we do vary between the scenarios is what tuition rate increases we're assuming. I never want to assume a certain tuition rate increase. We have a process for that. We go through every year with our tuition and fee advisory board. But what we've put in the set of projections are 3 different sets of scenarios. As you'll see, the non-resident rates vary between 2.5 and 3%. The resident rates vary between 3 and 4%. And this is, again, assuming that we're moving forward with our guaranteed tuition model. So everybody who comes, they have a set rate for tuition that's guaranteed, does not change for 5 years. What we're looking at here is how much do we change the pricing between entering cohorts. So when a new cohort comes in, how much higher is their price increase? As a point of context, this past year, the rates that you all approved, or many of you, because not all of you, because some of you are new, but the rates that were approved last March were 3.8% for non-residents and 4% for residents. And you will see that this modeling is assuming, generally speaking, slightly lower rates. We'll talk a little bit about that when we get into the actual projections themselves, but we're feeling that we need to be very, very careful with pricing, given everything that's happening in the market. And Roger is here today too, and can talk more about that as well. So again, we can run other scenarios in the future that have different assumptions, but these are, all of these scenarios assume moderate, what I would call moderate tuition rate increases. And then within each set of scenarios, we have 5 different cases. We have a base case. And one of the things, for those of you who have been on the board for a while, you will see that we have new enrollment targets. And that's because we've come to kind of the end of the original growth strategy that we put in place 6 or 7 years ago. And so we did need to go through a process of resetting some new enrollment targets. And the president and I worked with Roger on that, and we'll talk to you about that. So we have a base case. Then, because I'm a nervous person, I guess, we have 3 downside cases and only 1 upside case. I do want to be clear. Each of the downside cases isolates a variable. So it is not combining negative things that could happen to us. I guess I'm not that negative of a person, but we basically have one case that says, what happens if we don't hit these target enrollments? How much does that affect our finances if we're off? We have another case that says, what happens if next biennium, fiscal year 26, we get a big cut from the state that we have to deal with? And a third downside says, what if our cost base stays elevated and we see inflationary impacts hitting our cost base that's higher than what we typically experience and model? And then finally, we do have an upside case, because it's nice to at least have something that might go right, that shows you, well, how sensitive is the model if we end up having increased enrollment. So that's what you're looking at. Okay, there are some basic assumptions that are included in all of the scenarios. So, Brian talked about the fact that we did hire a lot of people towards the end of last year. And so, all of these numbers do include the cost of annualizing that restaffing. So, basically, if we hire someone in May, we only pay a couple months of salary. The next year, we have to cover 12 months of salary. So, we need to put that in there. We also, the slide that Brian showed you that had the tenure track faculty rebuilding to where it was previously, that is included in our model. And that's important both to rebuild our tenure track faculty and because the model has growth of students. And we want to make sure that our faculty student ratios are staying within reasonable norms as we move forward. For supplies and services, as Brian mentioned, that's a hard one to model given the pandemic. It used to be an easy one to model. It just kind of was steady. During the pandemic, we saw all kinds of shifts. We assumed here that we returned to our pre-pandemic level of activity and then adjusted for inflation over the time period. The one element we did put some more significant increases in was for insurance. We have seen, I don't know how all of you have seen in your organizations, we have seen property and liability insurance literally go through the roof. And so we did incorporate increased costs for that. The PERS side is interesting. So we saw, this is the state retirement program. We did see a small bump in 24, which is this fiscal year that we're entering. In previous versions of this model, we had been assuming future large bumps in PERS as they move to cover the unfunded liability. That is not what they've been conveying in their board meetings. So we do have a staff member, Galen Bath, who monitors the PERS board meetings and the information they're giving out. And so we have in our model just kind of a flattening out of the PERS costs. We don't have it coming down. Unfortunately, I wish it were coming down. It's not, but we don't have it significantly going up the way we did in prior iterations. Now, that's something we could hear from PERS the next time they go through their actuarial exercise that changes. But currently, this is more of a flattening out assumption. And then on state appropriation, unless we otherwise indicate, we just assumed a modest 4% growth per year. And then finally, as I said, no additional cost-cutting measures. Okay. So I know this is a lot of numbers, and I apologize that I do not have Brian's fancy animation, which next time I will try to do to show you exactly where I'm talking about. But we wanted to take one of the 15 scenarios. We're not going to do this for all of them, and dive in a little bit deeper so you can understand kind of the deeper assumptions about how the model is constructed. So when you look at this slide, everything that's listed in the columns from fiscal year 2020 to fiscal year 2023 are actual. So those are our actual numbers. Fiscal year 2024, which we've isolated in the middle, that's the year we're going into. Those are our best estimates of where we'll be given current deposit activity. I say estimates because we never really know until students show up and start taking classes, how many students actually are going to show up and how many credit hours they're going to take. The model is very sensitive to that. And then fiscal years 25 through 28 are obviously future projections, and I will talk with you about how that's where we've set new enrollment targets, okay? So if you look back at probably the easiest way then to see how this slide is set up, the top set of numbers are those enrollment targets. That middle box is telling you, well, how did we do in terms of hitting those targets on a percentage basis? And then beneath that, you have the actual enrollment numbers. For first-time freshmen is that first set of numbers, and then beneath them, the transfers so that you can see all of the starting students in the middle of that slide. And then at the bottom, we've given you numbers so you can see our total undergraduate enrollment for each year. So a couple of things I'll point out. One is if you look about the middle of the slide, you'll see that our fiscal year 2020 was a strong year. We had 4,755 first-time freshmen. You then see in fiscal year 21 that dropped to 4,059. That was COVID. That's where we lost the 700 freshmen we've been talking about. And then we were able to bounce back in the fall of 21. In fiscal year 2022, we had 4,736. And then we had a absolutely gigantic class last year, somewhat unexpectedly in the fall of 22, and that's the 5,485. If you go up to the right for fiscal years 24 through 28, again, the president and I worked with Roger to look at some new scholarship programs that we could put in place to help attract more students and support the students that we have. And you can see the new targets that we've established for fiscal years 25, 26, 27, and 28. And essentially, what you see is we have increased the targets for both the resident and non-resident going forward, and that's tied to specific programs that Roger's intending to put in place. And so, when you look for years 25 through 29, you'll see the assumption is for our base case we hit 100% of our target enrollment, and over time we're slowly growing the student body.
Why is there a dip in 26 there?
Yeah, so that's an interesting one. Roger, do you want to talk about that, or do you want me to chime in? You're talking about the top, yeah.
Yeah, good morning, and thanks for that question. There's a few things happening, right? And so we have a joke in our organization that there's one thing we know about a model, it won't be correct. Which way it misses, we don't know. And so what we did in 26, that's when the demographics in this country dramatically change. So there will be significantly less high school graduates in that year than there is currently. And in our state, we see it a little less pronounced than in some other states, but it's going to drop that year. Second factor for why we modeled it in this way is we don't know what the rest of our competition will do. So we've put some new scholarship things in place. We don't anticipate that we'll be the only ones doing that. And so we need to watch what our competition is doing. Third thing, which I think is reasonable, was the president wanted a moment to kind of pause and say, well, how's this all working before we went forward with either additional programs or things that we would do differently. So that's why you see it. Oh, I failed to mention the fourth thing is we know with our new scholarship program, the buying power of those scholarships will diminish over time as we increase tuition. So when you put all those together, we felt like this was the most accurate modeling we could do as it related to enrollment. So I hope that helps answer it.
That does. I was curious too about the projected impact of COVID on, say, eighth graders and their openness to go to, a four-year.
Yeah, it's a great point. As you've probably read in the popular press, our students are behind. COVID impacted their academic achievement in a significant way. And so how that rolls out as we go forward with students and who's eligible to come, we already have that challenge in many states, including our own state, where we graduate lots of students, but they may not have the qualifications to be admitted to the university. And it's really concerning when you think about how COVID impacted those middle schoolers now going into high school. They've got a lot of catch up to be in a position to go to college, assuming they decide to go.
And I guess, if I may, I was curious too about the demographic change, in terms of priority populations and so forth, and then our ability to reach out to those populations, say with the SAIL program, and how effective we are in terms of attracting students. I know it's a balance between out-of-state and tuition and in-state, but with these scholarship programs and so forth, maybe we can
Yes.
boost that a little bit more in terms of getting Oregon students to the campus for our diversity and other efforts to, support families as they, work to grow their economic.
Yeah, the fastest growing demographic in the state of Oregon is our Hispanic, Latino, Latina demographic. It's the fastest growing demographic at the University of Oregon. And we are, at least compared to our peers, by far more diverse than they are. Is Latino, yes. And about 36% of our entering freshman class will be diverse if we measure by race and ethnicity, significantly a higher percentage than others. But your point is right, and that's a group that we target. We do lots of outreach to our Latino Hispanic community. Since you're all here in Portland, I encourage you to watch Univision. We're still the only university sponsoring local Spanish speaking news. The president came with us, first time we've had a president in years, attend Fiesta Mexicana, the oldest Latino festival in this state. We've been the title sponsor for 13 years. At least from what I could tell, I don't think there were many other schools there. And then, of course, all the outreach we do in family homes, churches, community-based organizations, and high schools. That's all designed to recruit Latino students. And we do that with other groups too, but since you mentioned that population. So we're working very hard to try to connect with those families and communities early.
Roger, can you introduce yourself for the record?
Oh, I apologize. Roger Thompson, Vice President for Student Services and Enrollment. So,
Roger, while you're at the table,
Sure.
So looking at the enrollment targets for international for 2020 to 2023 is level at 300. And looking at the actuals, we were always below that target, and I see going forward we bumped it from 300 to 150. Is that just sort of in line with what we're actually able to attain?
Yes, I mean, I think it's an acknowledgement that we're struggling in the international market. Internally, Jamie and Brian know this. We combine non-resident and international together to try to hit a tuition-paying population. So we get a little less concerned about what that split is. But it's important as a major research university that we have a strong international population, and we have struggled since hitting our peak in 2015 to get that level back. So that's a recognition that we've got some building to do.
So peak number?
Peak number in 2015, I believe, was 405. Don't quote me on it, but I'm pretty doggone sure that was it. What's disappointing to me as a side note is we're targeting 150. When I arrived 14 years ago, we were a little under 100. And so we've given back a lot of the gains that we made. And that's very frustrating. There's lots of factors that go into that we could talk about at a different time, but probably not today.
Yeah, I would also add on this one, we were trying to be fiscally conservative with the projections. Just if you look at the actuals, we've really struggled. I would love if we, for many reasons beyond financial, if this ended up being a bigger number going forward, but we were trying to be fiscally conservative.
So if lightning strikes and we end up finding a few more international students to get us up to just mediocre, the in-state percentage runs around 40%. Are we okay with that? Residents being a smaller percentage of the total population?
I think the way that at least I've always talked with folks in the legislature in Salem on this is we want to educate every eligible Oregonian who wants to come here. We're a public institution. That's our goal, and you can see we've done really well actually in attracting and retaining. How we fund that, given that the state isn't providing enough funding to actually pay for their education, there have to be more non-residents. And so I think the percentage is less important than the fact that we are open and want to educate and are actively recruiting every single eligible Oregonian. When I first became CFO 12 years ago, there were a few legislators who were concerned about the percentage. But once we talked to folks, that seemed to die away when they understood that our goal was to educate as many Oregonians as we could find. So I think that's really the message we need to be letting people know about.
One other thing I might say to that point, we're likely this fall to enroll the largest number of Oregonians in the institution's history. What's interesting about that is when you take the high school graduating classes in Oregon and you get down to who has the coursework and the academic preparation to be eligible to be admitted at the University of Oregon, you get to about 17 to 18,000 students. It's not a very big pool, and we're getting about 2,500 of them, we estimate. So we're kind of improving our market share there in a good way. But I think the other thing that goes into it that I think my colleagues would agree with, at the end of the day, we're a relatively small population state at 4.2 million people, and the one to our south has 10 times that and will graduate a lot more students. So that also impacts it.
I'm not being critical. I'm just trying to get a sense for.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The good thing is I haven't heard recently that being as big of an issue, the focus on the percentage.
At a future meeting, Roger, it would be great to get a sense of how you see that market horizon, if you will, for the next 10 years, to get an overview of what nationally, if you're worried about demographic changes, and then look at it. But who is having kids, who's not, where are those ages that we would be target, just to get a market overview, and then be great to go next level and kind of disaggregate that a little bit. I think that would help us as we think about the long term of the institution.
We would be happy to do that. That's the kind of data that we look at every day. I would just encourage us to allot a significant amount of time if we want to do that.
From a process check, we were scheduled to wrap up at 10. We've been allotted up to another 30 minutes. So given the great dialogue, let's go ahead and continue that.
I have one question. The one that's most concerning to me on this chart is I think we're fiscally aggressive on our estimate for non-resident students. We're targeting a number we've never achieved. That seems aggressive to me. And could you explain why?
Yeah, so we basically, similar to the last time that we put together our strategic enrollment plan, it's not, it's basically combined with a significant investment in fee remissions in order to attract those students. And so that actually is a great segue. If I could go to the next page and show you some data. We are essentially, the reason why we're confident of this, and Roger can speak to this because it's his team that did the modeling, is we are anticipating a significant investment in those fee remissions or scholarships to compete and attract those students. And so if you look on this chart, it's kind of in the second set of boxes, you'll see that in fiscal year 23, our undergraduate fee remissions were just around 69 million. This coming fall, we're bumping up to about 74 million, but then there's a pretty significant increase that next year to go to 87 million and then 95 million. And that's all part of a lot of work that Roger and his team did to model out different fee remission packages and scholarship packages and get based on historical kind of return rates, the impact that we expect from different cohorts of students. And so I don't know, Roger, if there's more you'd add to it, but it's basically based on looking at the impact of those types of programs and then looking at the net tuition that we end up bringing in.
Yeah, I would just add, it's a great question, Steve. And, you know, we're one of those few areas at the university that there's a scoreboard on what we do. And so we like to compete and win and get aggressive. And one of the things that we learned this year, we admitted more students than we did last year. And we're going to have a class that's a little bit smaller. There's only a few reasons for that from our research, and the biggest one is net cost. And so I commend the president and Jamie and others for getting aggressive. We're still the #1 importer of California students in this country. But if you look at what's happening with the two right behind us and what they're doing scholarship-wise, we just have to compete a little bit more on net cost. And so we're getting very aggressive, modeling what those scholarships should do for us, knowing that the rest of the marketplace won't stand still, and so they will be moving also. And so, yeah, we're budgeting at a goal that we have never achieved before, but we're pretty confident we can achieve it.
My concern is that we're budgeting to hit a number because of budget reasons, and we're backing into that number. So that's why I bring the question. I hope we can achieve it, but it's aggressive.
Yeah. And actually the interesting thing, which is a little bit scary, but interesting to your point, is when we go to the next page and you see what happens if we just miss it. The model is very sensitive because so much of our cost base is fixed. The model is very sensitive to the number of students. So if you're correct and we do have challenges and we aren't able to hit it, you'll see in these numbers how much that swings.
Yeah, I think the other thing to point out there is if you miss on an incoming class, you live with it for 4.5 years, right? Like it doesn't come back, it is. And so there is a long-lasting impact to the institution if you're up or if you're down.
Yeah, I was curious too about the percentage of the change in the remissions that has to do with student success. I mean, it seems like we're investing more to keep students in so they can graduate and support their persistence in the programs. I mean, is that reflected in the jump from 73 to 87, or is that really just offering more scholarship to out-of-state students to come to Oregon?
Yeah, so the 73 to the 87 is simply the fee remissions and the scholarships to come, but embedded in our cost base, we have added, as the as the number of students grow going out, we have added more faculty and staff to support those students. And that's where you start to see kind of those investments in terms of supporting students. And then the other thing I would say is that every year we have a strategic investment process that we take $2 million recurring and we go through a whole budget process with a large committee. And I think you'll see more and more of those investments will need to be around student success, is my guess, given some of the things that we're seeing. So there are costs embedded in the model around that. But one interesting question, which we could look at, is as you start to attract more students who maybe come from a background where they don't have as much support because their parents didn't go to higher education and they need even more support per student, that's not embedded in here. So that is a good question on the cost side.
I do think it's important to note, though, what you're seeing, all of these are 4-year renewable scholarships. So we are not an institution that offers a 1-year scholarship, bait and switches people. That changed really my first year here. So all of these scholarships are 4-year renewable scholarships, which support students. When we look at the data, one of the top reasons they stop out is financially. It becomes difficult. This will help address that. We don't see students that leave the University of Oregon because they're not academically able to do the work or something of that nature. It's other factors, finance, social fit, some other things. So I would say, while this is driven around scholarships, important to note they're 4-year renewable with a guaranteed tuition plan, which we have. All the costs and the revenue to help pay those costs from the institution are fixed and set, which brings a great deal of comfort to students and helps with student success.
Yep.
I guess like Connie was saying, it would be helpful, maybe you do this already and it's coming up at another meeting, to just see what those costs are that are embedded with regard to student success, and then how that is actually impacting our persistence, graduation rates, and so forth. Because I think that's just a wonderful story to share with, our Salem, folks, because it is really all about access and then persistence to graduation, particularly for the Oregon students. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to keep us rolling just because I want to make sure we have enough time to go through the scenarios. So this page, again, is kind of giving you just some of the assumptions for this base case. You can see that it has 3% increases between tuition cohorts going forward. You can see that our total undergraduate remission dollars or scholarship dollars are growing quite substantially, and actually our percentage of revenue that we bring in from tuition that we give back in scholarships is growing all the way to 7% in fiscal year 28. So we are increasing that funding. And then you can see state appropriation. On the bottom, I do want to highlight, because this is what we'll track for our various scenarios. What we're tracking for our education and general fund is what's the beginning fund balance, what's the net run rate, meaning a positive number means you bring in more revenue than your expenses. A negative number means you're going upside down. And then what's your ending fund balance? So you can see in this scenario, what we're at least currently projecting is we have enough revenue to cover expenses in fiscal year 24, and the fund balance grows by about 6.5 million. There is a very large year in fiscal year 25, and that's because there are two factors going on. One is that is the year that we implement these new scholarship programs, and so we see a much larger group, in particular of non-residents, coming in. But it is also the year when our very small COVID class graduates. And so the smaller class graduates out and it's replaced by a larger class. The thing I do want to point out, which is important to know, is even though the numbers in fiscal year 26 and 27 on the run rate are positive in the base case, they are positive by a smaller amount each year. And that is because what we're projecting is expenses are growing faster than revenue is growing with this base case set of assumptions. And so when you get out to fiscal year 28, the good news is that the fund balance is still, at a similar place in terms of weeks of operating expense. So it's gone from 9.7 to 10.7. The bad news is you're actually flipped to a negative run rate. And so we would, again, have to take action even under this base case to either do further investments in recruiting to try to bring in more students or to cut costs, because from fiscal year 25 to 28, expenses are growing at a faster clip than revenue. So I just really want to highlight that because it can sometimes get lost in the fact that you're still seeing positive numbers. I'm not going to go into detail. This is in your packets. Just we took that base case and then did a blowout of the revenue and the expense so you could see the more detailed numbers and what they look like. And then finally, the page that I think is very interesting. And again, we have 3 different sets of scenarios for you. And each set of scenarios, set A, set B, and set C, the only difference is essentially what is that change in tuition rates between entering cohorts of our undergraduate students. That top scenario that's labeled the base case is exactly the scenario we just ran through in some detail. And so again, it gets you to a 10.7 weeks of operating expense, but is a negative run rate in that final year. That first downside case, what we looked at there was what happens if we end up not making our enrollment targets. So I'm going to call this the Steve scenario. I probably shouldn't. But what happens if we hit 97%, I think is what we model out for each future year of our enrollment targets, but we're off by 3%. And 3% was roughly 100 students, I think.
100 students.
Yeah, so 100 students down. You can see that 100 non-resident students, which is 100 the first year, and then as Brian pointed out, anytime you miss on an entering class, it affects you for at least 4 years. So the second year you're down a new 100 plus your old, some portion of your old 100. So it gets to be 300 to 400 students by the end. It has a very significant impact, and you can see that we start to turn much more negative earlier, and by the time we get out to fiscal year 28, there's a pretty unsustainable bottom line of negative 17.5 million. So even just that 100 students has a huge impact. That third scenario in the middle assumes that we hit our enrollment targets, so we don't have problems. We hit all the targets that are in there, but it assumes that we have a bad year with the state in fiscal year 26, which is the next time that we receive new state appropriation. Normally, what we get is a small increase from the state, 3, 4, 5 million a year. This assumes instead of that, we get cut by about $20 million or 20%. Now you might say, oh, is that really feasible? That happened to us between 2000, I want to say it was something like 2008 to 2010. Our state appropriation dropped 37 million, just to give you a sense of scale. So back then we were at something like 80 million, and we dropped down in a couple years to 43 million. So in the last, not the last recession, but however we describe that one, there was a very significant cut. And we are not in a position, as you can see from these numbers, where we could easily withstand that without taking a lot of other actions. I mean, you can see that actually turns us more negative than even the enrollment miss in those out years. So that would be a very problematic issue. I would say the last time the state did that, the narrative that I heard in Salem was, well, you can raise tuition. And all of the institutions, I see some faces, this was between 2008 and 10, and it was, yeah, you have the ability to raise tuition. You can make it up that way. I think that our students and our faculty, staff, everybody who's been up in Salem lobbying, I think people understand that we can't simply just, absorb a state cut by raising tuition dramatically on students, but that was more of the narrative back during that time frame. Okay, our next downside, which is scenario A4, assumes that we hit all of our enrollment targets. The state does not cut our budget. It continues to increase it slowly. But what we see is pressure on our cost base. And specifically here, the assumption is that this year, fiscal year 24, and next year, fiscal year 25, costs are running about 2% higher, 2% of the cost base higher than normally what we would expect and what's built into the baseline projections. And that also has a very significant impact because our cost base is 600 plus million. So if you're increasing it by 2%, you're talking about $12 million a year, and then doing that multiple years puts extraordinary pressure on us. And you can see that would take us to a situation in fiscal year 28 that's also very unsustainable with negative $35 million run rate. So it gives you just a little bit of a sense of how sensitive the numbers are to that. And then finally, we did include an upside because it's always good to dream. And sometimes we hit our upsides, but the upside basically assumes that we see increases in both the resident and non-resident enrollment from projections. It has the non-resident up about that 3%, so the same sensitivity, about 100 students a year. And then I believe what we modeled in on the resident side was something like 2,300, 2,350. So not our highest point of residence, but something slightly higher than the current targets. And one thing I should point out with the residents, we've had 2 huge years of residents, and we anticipate a really big year. We did not model out it staying quite that high, given some of the demographics and what's happening. We would obviously love for it to stay that high. That would be fantastic, but that's not embedded in the model. And you can see with the upside that our fund balance is able to grow. Our numbers do stay positive, and we do have end up with something like 14 weeks of operating expenses.
Jamie, on the A4, when I read this initially, I misunderstood it compared to what you just said. You're not talking about inflation as a macro issue. You're talking about inflation on our expenses.
Yeah. How does inflation hit our cost base? Yeah.
Sorry. Does the model already account in future years the increase in salaries and expenses that we're expecting?
Yeah, so what the model has right now is pretty standard kind of increases on both the labor and the S&S side based on largely past contracts, what we've been giving out. We just announced for faculty and OAs, we're in our 3rd year of salary package. The increases are going in effect in January. They're 3% merit increases. So it does not include, any much larger increases. Predominantly. And then, so this is putting that on, so it includes normal type increases, and then this is on top of that. Yeah.
A question. Are you done? Have we gone through the scenarios you want to go through?
Yeah, and then just to say that I'm not gonna, or I will throw them up quickly. Set B and Set C that you have in your package just varies the tuition rate, so you can see the impact of, and I think this is interesting because this is one of the questions the board will grapple with of approving the next set of tuition rates, and you can kind of see over time with various scenarios how those choice points with these set of scenarios affect the numbers going out. Yeah, I'm done.
Anybody on the Finance Facilities Committee have a question before I chime in?
Just, Roger, so when you're negotiating a remission with a student from California versus one that's international, how much more likely is a remission required between those two groups?
Yeah. It's a great question. I'm not sure I can make it that general. We battle pretty hard in California. We have 6 regional recruiters based in California. Tragically, today, compared to 10 years ago, they've got a lot of company. So there's a lot of regional recruiters in California now. We used to have that market a little bit cornered. Internationally, what's tricky for us, we were very heavily dependent on Southeast Asia. So a lot of our enrollment came from China, Japan, South Korea, Singapore. We pretty much lost the China market, as a lot of schools did, but we were more heavily invested there. So I think the hard part for us, Tim, is we're sort of taking what we call the ABC strategy, all but China, and how can we grow the other countries that would be supportive of the University of Oregon. In the new scholarship plan, they get even money to what we're going to offer for the non-residents. So it's a little bit of a shift. So we're not discounting on I want to say this correctly. We are putting the international scholarships at the same rate that we would put our non-residents. That's a little bit new for us. We still have the issues about the strength of the dollar, how much that impacts what their net cost is. But we're really trying to target some additional markets because China is still a little bit difficult for us.
So that market is, you're actually having a competitive discussion with these students?
Yes.
To come here?
Yes.
We need to offer scholarships there?
Yes.
Okay.
Steve, I do think I have a question. And I'm still figuring out how everything works here. You might relate, but the risk and audit area of the university, do they take a look at this and analyze, and do an assessment of which is most likely or least likely? And
no, they don't get involved. At least historically, they have not gotten involved. I will say, as part of we have a risk committee that is many of the vice presidents and others at the university. We meet every month to discuss the major risks of the institution. Tuition dependency is one of those major risks, and so we absolutely have discussions about enrollment and tuition dependency, but they're not getting into the weeds of this. We're covering a lot of different risks with that committee.
I think there is just a note on that, and we discussed as we were prepping these. this is a good lens into what your finance people are up at night afraid of, right? And it's inflation, it's a miss on enrollment, and it's risk around state appropriations. And those are the critical components for
Right,
us.
and I was just wondering if there was like a reality check
Yeah,
in some ways.
yeah.
I mean, because Jamie's doomsday scenarios, and is there somebody who says, "But what is the likelihood of that?" That I just thought that would perhaps.
Yeah, what we try to do is have lots of meetings. So we're meeting with the president, we're meeting with Roger's team, and they do a lot of statistical modeling on these things. And we're meeting with our team to try to go through these numbers in detail. But I don't think any of us know for sure what's with the crystal ball, what's going to happen.
The one thing that I would add, there's a lot of people staying up, as you imagine, as we look at this. We're so tuition dependent, and so our unit has spent over a decade trying to model impact of institutional aid on enrollment. I'm pretty confident how this next year will turn out. Our modeling, while I opened by saying models are always incorrect, and that's true, we won't hit it on the nose. But we have traditionally, when we have remodeled scholarships in the way that we have here, it has typically delivered the expectation that the model predicted. And so, but we had 42,000 applications this year. It's a lot of 18-year-olds. How they're going to behave, that's very difficult to model. And so, but we feel pretty confident in the new scholarship program, which we will introduce next week. We wanted to get through the board meeting, but I think it will have the positive impact that we're hoping for.
One thing, I just flipped back to a previous page. So this actually shows you, if you look at that second set of boxes from the top down, that shows you with our enrollment targets that we originally set, which I think were set in 16 or 17, how did we do on a percentage basis? And I would say we've generally done pretty well. There are two areas where I think we did not do as well. One is clearly international. So we set the enrollment targets at a time when we were very high on international. And the other is the COVID year. You can see we had a major miss. I mean, we're talking about 3% misses on non-resident, and we were at 85.9% of target. So that was a huge challenge for us. But you can kind of see the other numbers of where
Yeah,
we came out.
enrollment, I think I understand more than I do like the other, the state budget and inflation.
The COVID year, we were right here in this building, Steve will remember, until COVID hit, we were likely to have our largest class by probably 12%. And actually, we held it for most of the summer until we announced that we were going remote. And then we basically lost 700 students within about 72 hours.
One of the things that struck me was just that by 2027, that personnel cost exceeds 100% of all tuition and fee revenue. And it's just, that part would kind of struck me and keeps me up. I know it's part of the model and the challenge, but it's continuing to become a bigger problem, so.
One question.
Yeah,
We're entering the Big Ten, and there'll be editorial comments about that tomorrow, I think. But has that played into any of your thinking with regard to recruiting? And has there been any work done with the Rutgers, the Marylands, the Nebraskas of the world that have previously changed conferences and how that positively or negatively affected their recruiting?
There's a lot I could say on that. The Big Ten will be extremely helpful to us. I've told the story many times. The president's heard it. When I was at Indiana University, a member of the Big Ten, we traveled in pods of 4 internationally to recruit. We always liked to position ourselves with Michigan and Northwestern because we knew their reputations would draw big crowds and those people couldn't get into those places, and so we'd have a good chance to get them at Indiana. So number one, as it relates to international recruitment, it'll help us significantly because they still travel in that group. Second, we already have a regional recruiter based in Chicago. We recruit the Heartland area. I think the interest will only increase as we move into that new conference. Third, just the television rights that the Big Ten has, NBC, CBS, Fox. I mean, my goodness, I sent the president, or maybe I sent it to Rob Mullins. I watched Matt Ulmers be interviewed on the Big Ten Network the other night. I don't ever recall our volleyball coach being interviewed anywhere other than after a game, and he wasn't playing a game. They were just talking to him. So I think the exposure is going to be tremendous. The thing we always have to remember, you have to fly over a lot of schools to get to us if you're sitting in some of those places. So um, we want to be aggressive. I was there when some of those schools got added. I think it's going to be very beneficial to us, Steve. I think it. I think the other thing that happens is the academic piece that comes with the Big Ten will be very helpful. They're already inviting. I have a meeting tomorrow at noon with all the other schools. Same thing with our housing people and orientation. So I think it's going to be very good for us. Very good. It also keeps us in Los Angeles, which is important.
But it would be interesting if there was any data that the schools that left, changed conferences in the last, whatever, 5 years, if they had any information about that. I guess just curiosity.
The other Big Ten related thing I'll just add, and I think people already know this, but I just want to clarify. So we do not use any of this money, education and general fund money, for the athletic department. And this projection assumes, with the stability of that conference change, that we are continuing not to use any tuition or general state appropriation for athletics. So I would say this move gives me more confidence that we're in a position where that will continue to hold true, which is something that's very unusual for a university.
Any other questions, comments? All right. Kelly, Brian, Roger, Jamie, thank you. And we will adjourn and take a 10-minute break.
Well done. First board meeting.
So, Executive and Audit Committee, we need to do a roll call first, if we could. Tim? Take a second while you're doing that. We have an adjustment to our agenda, is that we are going to have our internal audit report from Leah, and she's ill and can't be here today. We will be having another, because that's not a topic we want to let go till December. So there'll be another Executive and Audit Committee meeting scheduled in the next week or two, so we get that full report from her. So this meeting may be a little bit shorter and give everybody time. That's part of why Finance was able to take an extra half hour. So Tim, are you ready to do a roll call?
I am. Halwerda.
Here.
Aaron is excused. Jackman. Evans Jackman.
Present.
Horniker.
Here.
Seeley.
Here.
Stormont.
Okay, great. So Elise is going to lead this first section on our bylaws, and we have topics that we are going to vote on. But if, in fact, we have so much discussion, we're not ready to vote, then we're not going to vote on it, because this is important. We want everybody to have their say, ask questions, and so don't feel any pressure, and any question's a good question. So, Elisa.
Thank you, Steve. Let's see, on page 3 and 4 of your packets is where we have the governing documents amendments. And I hope you got a chance to read through the summary as well as the red lines for Exhibit A and B. These are our primary documents governing the University of Oregon's board activities. They're the bylaws and the policies on retention and delegation. So these are, as Steve mentioned, very important documents. They, in order to advise the chair, a work group, an advisory group was put together that had trustees and high-level staff to go through all the articles in the bylaws and the sections in the retention and delegation document. And a lot of the changes have been just typographical or word changes or aligning with practical best practices. Some of the changes have been changes that the committee, or not the committee, the advisory board had been looking at for several months. It's taken a few months to go over these documents. There's been a lot of discussion, and many changes have come by because of recent updates to state statutes. So the summary is the best document, I think, to start us through. And then if anybody has questions on any of the changes in the articles, we'll start with the board bylaws, Exhibit A. We can talk about those. I don't want to read through this, but you can kind of see the 10 articles. There are no changes made in several. Article 4, which is on meetings, there have been some changes there on establishing what the board chair and how long the board chair and the board vice chair can serve. They can serve now a maximum of 2 terms in their respective roles. That's been something that's been solidified. You can kind of read through these yourself. If there's any questions on any of these articles that come up, please go ahead and make a comment.
I have a question to start with. Would you share the conversation by the committee, subcommittee, subgroup about term limits and about how you settled on, or what your recommendation is to change it to 2 3-year terms? I believe I'm saying that right.
Well, what we did was two terms, yes, 2 terms in this role. And I think, Steve, you had some input on that, which I thought was good, coming on fresh and looking at this in new eyes. And so I'm open to having you to make some comments. But I think you had a lot of thought process there as to giving each person time to learn their role and have experience within that role, and yet not have it become a stale position as well. But go ahead, please.
Well, our board was fortunate to have Chuck Lillis as chair for a long time, who maybe if you were to craft a person's experience and know-how, you would to run a board like this, you would pick Chuck Lillis. And so we were really fortunate to have that. We're not always going to be that fortunate. And so my personal opinion is sometimes turnover can be good, that it can create an opportunity for new leadership and new ideas to come along. At the same time, and this was some conversation with Chuck too, that there needed to be enough time so that there was some stability. And Carl has shared with that as well. And so that was the idea behind suggesting giving it enough time. But it would be, I think it's worthwhile for anybody to chime in with any thoughts that you would have, that it's too long, it's too short, why do we need one at all? Should it, what, anything like that. Would certainly like to have that, hear from the whole Board of Trustees.
Well, yeah, I would just say, I think it's certainly notable that the institution has been independent for only 10 years, is that right? So, these things have to change all the time, and I think it's important that we keep upgrading, but it's important to note that we're really a young institution in independence.
Any other comments on that change that we've made, or that solidification of having term limits for our chair and vice chair?
I would agree. When I was coming off of on the Alumni Association, we only did 1-year terms. And then as I was coming off, we changed it to 2, just to have some continuity in the position. So I think 3 is good.
Oh, I did have a question. So, does that extend potentially a person's total tenure on the board, which is allowed by state statute? So you're a maximum 9 years, and you have to be, your, say, 6-year term as president, in this case, or chair, would be included in that. Is that right?
So bylaws do not supersede state statute. State statute grants a trustee up to 2 full terms. There are trustees, some of them here, who have been appointed to partial terms. So they can finish out that partial term in addition to their 2 full terms. So there is the ability for trustees to get more than that 8 years. But no change you make here would affect that statutory restriction.
Okay, thank you.
It's also likely that the vice chair could be multiple people during the term of the chair. When you think about the math, if you start with a vice chair that does it for 6 years and then is going to serve for 6 more years as chair, that'd be 12 years, which is longer than the term. So it may not be necessarily true that the vice chair becomes the chair, or if it does, it may be for a shorter period. Those are discussions that the board can have at a later time.
And there was some language about a second vice chair in there. I was curious about that. Did we take that out or add that, or?
No, there shouldn't be anything about a second vice chair. There should just be one.
I saw that too.
Really?
I was just looking for it because that was my question about why. I know
Bottom
that
of page 7.
7
You might have been looking at this too much.
deleted.
You see it?
Yeah, bottom of page 7, the deleted item. Yeah, it's in the notes, including a second vice chair. It's the last. Article
Okay.
3.5, board officers. That's the very last change at the bottom of that page.
I see, yeah. It's deleted.
So my question, I think, was similar to what Amy was maybe going to ask about why take that out. And I know we've talked about this in the past, but just would love to understand again, like why not have a second vice chair as well? Or if there's been a robust conversation in the committee about that.
I'm not sure I understand the question because I haven't found the article here, but.
So it looks like because it was deleted, at some point there was language around having a second vice chair, and this version deletes it. And so the question is why, and if we should consider that, or if that has been considered.
I, for one, never knew it was in there. It's never been used. And your point is, so it could be used or not used. Why was it removed?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Is it not still essentially there because we can appoint other officers as we deem? Whereas before it was just called that out as an example. So
Kevin,
I
can
think
you
we still have that.
comment on that with?
Yeah, I'm trying to find the language myself, and my computer is not cooperating very well. But I do believe that this board always has the opportunity to appoint other officers if it chooses to.
It's so rare that it's me to the rescue, so I enjoy this moment.
Do you want me to?
Yeah, I mean,
Oh, go ahead.
go ahead, Jenny.
I was just
You
gonna say,
may
my
remember
memory of the
saying
committee discussion was we took it out because you didn't need it in there because the broad authority to appoint any officer that is given, and it was just an example. And that's why I think the committee said, let's take it out since we haven't used it as an example.
Okay, you could appoint any other officers you chose on a go-forward basis, including the second vice chair. Government, include you.
Does that make sense? Is that okay? Okay, the language.
I had one other item. Is it anything else on that particular, on terms for officers? I had one other question, maybe Kevin, this is for you, just to make sure we did the math right. On the, let's see, it is meetings of the board, so Article 4, and quorum. And I don't know that there's a change to this, but I believe I understand this right. So we've got 14 trustees right now.
Well, 15 if you include the president, ex
Okay.
officio.
And to be a quorum, we need a majority, so we need 8.
Correct.
And then if we have a quorum and we're meeting, we can approve anything with a majority of the quorum. So we could approve anything with 5 trustees.
I want to be careful not to agree with anything because I'd like to make sure
Fair,
there isn't something
fair.
that might require a supermajority. But yes, in
Yes.
general, that is correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understood
I
that.
think it was dependent on the amount of people that were at the meeting themselves.
But if we had 8, we can, this language says we could approve it with a majority of the quorum. So it's possible for many items could be approved by 5 trustees if.
Yeah, in the decade of history of this governing board acting independently, I think we've never come close to not having all attendees. I mean, we've had, certainly like today, Marcia's out of the country, and we've never had that moment, thankfully. It could come, where 8 folks could gather, as long as it's duly noticed, agendized, open to the public, and can take action on a vote of a majority of votes present.
Okay, and then if you can see again in Article 8 and Article 10, there were adjustments made due to recent state statutes dealing with the student trustee, attending bargaining meetings, and executive sessions and such. So the other is making sure that that we have complied with all trustees having emails where we can be reached by anybody in the public that are public emails.
I'll just take a moment to add here. So the legislature passed Senate Bill 273 in the most recent legislative session that made a number of changes to our current governance statute. A couple of those will add a new student trustee, which will be, in their initial year, will not have voting privileges, and then they will rotate into a full voting privilege in that second year of their 2-year term, and then it will add a grad student. That will probably come later in the academic year, those appointments. The statute also made a number of, I think, housekeeping or procedural requirements about how the board operates and conducts its business. Elisa just highlighted a couple of those items that have been added into these documents. There will be other policies that will come before this body either in December or again in March to codify some of those requirements in statute. Things such as how the board conducts discussions around trustee recruitment, how the board responds to individuals who come before the board and provide testimony, things of that nature that are very procedural in terms of managing how the board does its operations, but those will come as standalone policies.
So Tim, are you saying that there'll be 3 students, but 2 will vote?
Yes. Yep. One grad, 2 undergraduate.
Yeah, thank you.
Another question. I don't know if this is the minimum that we vote on, which is the second part of these bylaws, which is the.
You mean the retention and delegation section?
Yes,
Yes,
yes.
okay, so that's Exhibit B, that's the second section.
Is that going to be a separate
Separate.
action item, or?
Yeah, let's
all
hold on
together?
retention and delegation until we're concluded the bylaws discussion, just to
Okay,
keep
Steve,
everything
just
clear.
1 second. So the comfort level of the board, if you are comfortable voting on approving these changes to the board bylaws, if we can have a vote, if you feel like you need more time to look at them and look at the red lines and make any other adjustments, we're open to that too, so.
So the committee refers this to the full board for action, is that?
Yes. So the committee will vote first, and then if approved, bring it to the board tomorrow. So then, if we're good to go, I will ask for a motion to approve the changes and updates to the Board of Trustees bylaws.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. All right, Steve, did you want to make some comments on our second section?
Yeah, I wanted to ask about if anybody, it's, in the past, it's been 5 million is the amount, any contract that the university is going to be committed to, that was over 5 million, we need to approve. And as inflation goes on and time goes on, that it seemed to raising that would seem to be appropriate. The number that's used in here is 10 million. So that's one question, if people feel comfortable with that. And the second one is a pet peeve of mine, is I don't like fixed numbers because then we just have to come back and approve it again, raise it later. And I would love to make it a ratio or multiple of something else, such as our budget or of tuition or something that it automatically increases with the increase of those. And that's a separate item. But first, I'd like just to ask if anybody have caution or worry about going from 5 to 10 million?
And the committee, just for background, again, some of these documents haven't been updated for 2 to 8 years. And so, again, as Steve was mentioning, with inflation, with the cost, we've seen it. We've approved projects at one point and then seen that they've gone over budget because they couldn't get done on time, and we've had to make adjustments, or just inflation has changed the numbers. We've had to come back and meet and vote. And so I believe the advisory board felt moving from 5 to 10 million just adjusted for inflation and the changes in the markets, Jamie, right? And that this would also make it kind of cleaner and easier to be able to come to us with this project and that project, I'm sorry, Steve, as opposed to doing the calculations that I know you're more in favor of.
Yeah, so I'll just add a couple of things. Again, it's been, I think, 10 years or more since we've had this $5 million limit. That was from the beginning. So again, the thought was to raise that. Some of the places I think that would end up impacting are like when we come forward, when we have larger projects, and then suddenly we're going to go over the $5 million threshold before we get the planning done. So it would eliminate that in some cases where we could get more of the planning done before we come forward. The other issue I'd say is if instead of making some flat dollar amount, you do want to make it a percentage of something, I would recommend some figure from the expenditure authorization that's done each spring, because that is then a set number. Whereas if you tied it to a budget or tuition, those things change quarter to quarter. So if you want to go that route, I would suggest you pull something out of the expenditure authorization because then that's set for the year.
Well, I'm not a member of the committee, but I don't find, at least in my experience, it's been overly burdensome to approve items at that level, but it's one person's opinion.
I would second that. I think it gives us visibility, otherwise that we may not get to have, and was totally fine with the $5 million level. It didn't seem like it was crowding agendas or overly, constraining for staff, but I could be misreading how excited they are to present on everything 5 million and above.
Yeah, I will just say that if you do choose to keep it at 5 million, you will see more and more things coming, because there are more and more projects that are, because of inflation, other factors, are brushing up towards that 5 million. So just know that if you do decide to keep it, you will see an increase, I think, in the number of things that come forward, just as the smaller projects become more expensive as we implement them.
What's the operational impact? If we have to, do you all see it coming and you plan our resolutions accordingly so there's no delays? Or does it impact operations?
We try as best as possible to either have special board meetings or try to sequence things in. I do think the operational impact, I mean, if we keep it at 5 million, I think there may be more times where an unexpected issue then brings something over 5 million. So we try to monitor that really carefully. But again, those smaller projects inflation in the construction market has 25, 30% in the last few years. So Again, we can do it. It's just, operationally, it's just needing to schedule meetings, put together materials, bring things forward. We generally, again, try not to delay projects if we can avoid it. So that's when you have your special meetings like this summer. So.
Yeah, I don't want to weigh necessarily in on the board's oversight matters, but my previous institution, this was a big deal when these thresholds weren't adjusted for a decade. And the board might not appreciate it, but from a staff on the university side, bringing something to the board is a big deal. You can see all my colleagues in attendance. We take this very, very seriously. And so when operational issues that really aren't germane to the project trip something over this $5 million threshold, it generates a lot of work on the part of the university side. And so increasing this threshold reasonably regularly to track inflation or costs in the construction market, I actually think is prudent for the board. But of course, we'll navigate however we decide.
That was, oh, go ahead.
No, good.
I was gonna say, that was the question I had when I read it, which was, what was the basis of the change? And I think having a periodic scheduled update of the amount that says, hey, inflation was X, our budget has grown by Y, peer groups have done this, and if we move the threshold from where it is today to where we're proposing, these projects wouldn't have come to you. And then I think it just will become very easy, and maybe never easy, but it sets up a process. We do that in our bank side of the business I'm in. It's just kind of planned out, and you know where it fits.
And let me just comment. We certainly don't want it to sound like the board does not want to be bothered with things coming to them. That's not the intent here. It's to make it a workable number for the people that are doing the work.
I'm supportive of moving to 10 for that very reason, and I just think it's important to keep our eyes on the strategic initiatives of the institution, and as you move forward in time, a large project, even a large repair project that's operational in nature. I mean, I don't know that we need to have 8 people coming to us to tell us, oh, this flooded and the chiller went out and the thing happened and now we gotta do all this, and it's expensive because there's only one of them in the world or something. But where I always kind of land on this, and I went through this in my own home institution and we did the same thing. I'm a fan of ratios as well. I don't know if we want to amend on the fly here though. So maybe that's for a future, task force at some point or whatever committee group to look at. But I do think it's, just generally thinking about keeping the board at a strategic level and large obligations of the institution moving forward, not kind of ongoing repair work.
Again, I'm not adamant about the topic, but it seems to me that forcing significant rigor on projects is a good thing.
I have a question. I think from a capital side, I could see increasing this. This would also apply to contracts. Is that accurate? Yep. I think that I'm thinking out loud. I'm wondering if I would create a distinction between a capital project where there might be cost overruns versus contracts where we might want to actively engage between the $5 and $10 million. It's few and far between, but just a question. I just want to make sure I was understanding how that would affect contracts.
It applies to all expenditures.
I think it would be interesting to see what we would, I think on the capital side, we kind of know. On the contract side, what we would not be seeing with this. So kind of if there was, what we looked at the last 2 years, what we would have not seen if we made this increase. I think that would be helpful to see, to help. Then I think the board understand you see this, but you won't see that, because based on I think that there is some concern on what we would miss out on.
We could certainly wait till
we can wait.
December and get that data and let this germinate, let people think about it.
Well, I don't know, maybe this is splitting hairs, but I really liked what Connie said. I wondered if, since we are strategic rather than operational, does it make sense to leave the approval for strategic related initiatives at, some number of, say, 5 million, and then operational ones at 10? I mean, I guess if the university is going to invest 5 million in something strategic, which could be a big, review of something or a new direction, it would be nice to know about that. Whereas if it's a basement flooding, I'm, thinking that that's probably not as much up our alley. So anyway, I just offer that. I don't have a problem with any of this. I think, we've got to give our management the tools they need to run the show, and it seems like it's been working pretty well, but it's outdated. So we need to modernize that to make it more workable.
Right, I think those are all good, thoughtful comments, and so we should table this section until December and come out with a little bit more information for our trustees to feel comfortable and have more comments. Jenny?
And I'm not on this committee, but just what might be helpful context is, and it's not like we won't be reviewing or seeing the numbers for projects between under 10 million. And I think perhaps if that's part of what you bring forward is what visibility would we and oversight would we still have? Because I think we're still kind of responsible for all of it anyway. So it's just a matter of what requires approval versus more of an FYI. I don't want to leave the impression that we would be losing sight of projects between the $5 and $10 million range. So
it's a good comment. Thank you.
We'll bring him back in December. We'll have a little bit of extra data. We'll make a decision. We'll move on. I don't think this is a huge issue to anybody. Great comments by everybody. So,
Are there any other comments that, just since we have it in front of us here, on any of the other changes that have been proposed in section 1? We have some changes here where the university is delegated authority to the president, and when it's gifts, non-traditional, and other things. And so I just want to be sure that everybody's comfortable with that. As well as section 3, which is authority of the president, which kind of covers the same type of thing, but giving authority to the president to execute agreements with the HEC, to to align himself with the recent state legislation, that type of thing. So if there's any other comments on this, it'd be great to get them so that we can come back to the board with just the one issue so that there's clarity.
Just explain a little more of the context of the changes. What he thinks the president's role, they previously all covered by the board as a unit.
Kevin, do you want to take some of this? Because I think you might have
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. We're talking about the passing in 1.2, the adding language to have the president have more of the delegation powers and more authority.
Wondering where it's coming from.
And the question about the 1.2 is what?
what's leading up to that change?
Yeah.
The context of the change.
is it
President's contract?
this contract?
1.6.1.
1.2 and
I think the
Well, I'm looking
Let's
at.
be
if
specific.
they're-
Lillian, which one are you
Yeah.
talking about?
The 1.0 is the authority of the board and the appointment of the president. And there in 1.2, we added that the board chair and the vice president may make adjustments to the president's employment contract, providing such adjustments do not result in a change to compensation. And then further down, I think, is where we, 1.2.
On 1.2, when the committee reviewed this, and Kevin, question for you, that giving more authority to the board chair and the vice chair to make these changes other than compensation, I would assume that would be total compensation. And I'm wondering if that should be designated as such.
Certainly could add some clarity if you wanted to say total compensation.
Seems to me it would be, because that could be an issue that comes on, deferred comp or something else. And there was an argument that, hey, that's not comp, but it is.
I mean, the minor adjustments have been made in contracts before, which the board has seen, related to, for example, the use of McMorran House. Doesn't affect the bottom line of the university and doesn't affect the compensation of the president. And was it necessary? How important was it for the entire board to have to deal with that in a public meeting when it was fairly technical and changes? That was the notion behind that change.
Yeah. to me, it seems like if, it shouldn't be just two people that could change anything to do with compensation. That's my opinion. So if it was to bump up, I don't know. And I guess that's the clarity. Does compensation here just mean salary and bonus? Does it mean non-qualified deferred comp? Does it mean everything? That's,
I would actually look to Mr. Wolf to answer exactly what he ends up putting on a W-2 or a 1099 as including compensation, but it certainly would be any deferred comp, anything that is of value coming to the president. Interesting question when it comes, for example, the use of the president's residence, because the board has designated that he shall use that, and it is for university purposes and to serve our needs. It is not compensation.
compensated for, right? Yep. Okay.
What about section 3, the code of conduct for your employees and financial thresholds? What's driving that change?
Section 3, Lillian, and what,
364.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm looking on page 5 of 49 where it summarizes everything, and what's listed under the section 3 there covers a group of changes that are pretty different. Each sentence is a different thing, so I'm just looking for, how did it function before, and then what's the benefit of changing for clarity? Why do we
So if
wanna-
you're looking, I'm going to back up to section 1.6, where some of those specific delegations from the board were then moved down further to the president. Is that what you're referencing? Yeah. I think both of those issues, the former 1.6.1 and 1.6.2, were seen as issues that are more directly within the prerogative and the day-to-day functioning of the president of the university, and thus it made more sense to clarify and move that delegation specifically down to the president versus the board, who is not actively engaged on things like code of conduct for the faculty that you see there. I think it's in the former 1.6.2.
I think the notion, this is what Tim is saying, is to try and move HR functions and make it clear that they exist within the administrative side of the house and don't need to come to the board, while preserving, importantly for the board, student conduct and the student conduct code, which the board has always retained.
Have any examples of anything that's come up in the last few years?
I don't know off the top of my head. Jamie?
You're asking whether anything related to faculty staff code of conduct came to the board?
Yeah, how those
Yeah,
things
no,
have worked out.
I don't think there's been anything that I can think of or remember that's come to the board related to faculty staff code of conduct.
My memory is the committee looked at that language and realized there was some confusion and ambiguity between that which the board was retaining and that which was delegating. And exactly where to draw the line was a little unclear. What we're attempting to do is clarify that line.
Aligning it where maybe should have been. And just didn't get.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay, so let me just make sure I understand, because I've heard a lot. That if we have a conduct issue with faculty or staff, the president will handle that. It will not come to the board.
I personally
It
think
certainly does
that's-
bear mentioning, and maybe you should have been at the outset. What you have delegated, you have not abdicated. There's never an issue that faces the university that the board couldn't choose to take on. The notion is in the ordinary conduct of the affairs of the administration, what does the president and his team regularly handle? The issue that I've represented or used as an example for all of you was the naming of University Hall was an issue that was clearly within the delegated authority of the president. There were trustees who were uncomfortable with the status quo, and they brought the issue forward, and it got resolved appropriately at this table with duly agendized meeting and very good conversation. So the fact that the president may have the authority doesn't mean that the board doesn't have an opportunity.
And we would rather not have the board think that we are going to get involved in conduct of the faculty. That's not our job. So we'd rather not have that be. If it needed to come up, fine. But otherwise, we certainly don't want that explicit in here that all of us are going to have something to do with that. That would be probably a mess. So.
I think how, as Tim has noted, this being a new board, and when it was put together, all these bylaws and structures were probably put together. Now there's been real life happening in between, and that gives us a little clarity as to how we should be focusing our responsibilities and the president's responsibilities and proper wording, I think that makes those things clear. All conversation is good on this, but we'll hold off till December.
December? Okay, so we've approved the bylaw changes and we'll come back in December, mostly on the value that we vote on. All right, great, thank you. Second item on the agenda are the goals for our new president. And Marcia and I and Carl went over these, and then they were all sent out to the board. There was feedback received that was very much appreciated. And we would like to have Carl go through those, and I would just say on a side note, this exercise was very valuable, very good. These will be used in the annual review of Carl, so they're meaningful. His insight and also his commitment to having some detail behind him was really much appreciated. You've all had seen the summary, and I have Carl go over that now.
Well, thank you, Steve and the board, for your feedback on these. I'm trying to look at the crystal ball and think about the coming year and what, if I'm a board member, what I'm expecting for the university and for the president. And so I'll quickly note these 6 items and then open it up for whatever discussion you'd like to have. The first is looking across a really talented leadership team. There are a lot of colleagues who are serving in interim positions. And so building this team, I think, is a critical task. We've made some progress. We have a new vice president for government and community relations. So I want to thank Tim Inman. He's not advocating his role with the trustees. He's just working twice now. But he's willing to take on this role. I don't have to comment to any of you how important state relations are overall in the university and at this time. So I'm very, very grateful for Tim for doing that. We've also hired a vice president for advancement, referred to, at least by me, as the new Mike Andreasen. This is Joe Buck. He'll be starting a week from today. It's not the baseball announcer, in case anyone's concerned. We have interims for vice president for communications. Big shout out to Keith for the great work he has been doing. Interim for Vice President for Student Affairs. Chris is doing a fantastic job there. And Janet Woodruff Borden is serving as an interim provost. So we have those 3 vice presidents that we're searching for. We're in the middle of a comms search. Jane Gordon has been kind enough to chair that committee. And we will have news tomorrow about the provost search and the vice president for student life search. In addition, we have 2 deans to hire for the Clark Honors College and Lundquist College of Business. So this building of an outstanding leadership team is really important. A lot of energy goes into doing national searches. People put a lot of time, energy, and effort into it. Second is to build our culture of the leadership team and our collaborative responsibility. I want to say just at the outset, I'm walking into a really good setting. And so Mike Schill and Patrick Phillips had really done great jobs leading the university, and we're building from a strong foundation. And so when I talk about this, I don't mean to say, oh man, things are a train wreck and I'm coming in having to do. It's not that at all. It's just I'm a different person. And so building a team that works well together would happen regardless of the shape of the university. People are different. The 2 things that I really worry about with universities are that we often operate in silos. I know I was guilty of that in my previous institution. I was chief academic officer. Things would come up with research, and I'd kind of nudge, I'd prod, but we had a vice chancellor for research, and I didn't want to get into his soup. All right, the siloing is a problem in higher education. So one of the things that we've been talking a lot about is trying to break down those silos. And by breaking down those silos, that means working across, because the interesting issues that we tackle at the universities aren't solely the issue for the provost, or aren't solely for student affairs, or aren't solely at Portland or finance. They integrate across. And so working across and then identifying our focus, more on that momentarily, and for each of the vice presidents, what their objectives are, what their responsibilities, how they're working together is, I think, it's really exciting. And I have lots of my colleagues who are present. So when I'm not in earshot, ask them how it's going. Is it going well? Is it going poorly? Do we need to do differently? But that's a big task for this coming year. Third, building and deepening ties with the Oregon community through engagement. So that's engagement on campus. Classes start in 2 weeks, so much later than everybody else. But getting to know and understand and listen to people on campus is a big agenda that's already, of course, started. Then with state political leaders, Trent and Jenna and Tim have been very gracious in making introductions, but that's important for us. And then, of course, broader statewide. Roger mentioned a wonderful trip to Woodburn. I get to go to Pendleton later this week. But getting to know Oregon and meeting as many people as we can. And the goal here is to identify validators. We at the university can scream to the top of our lungs about the great work that we're doing, the value we're creating for our students, for the state, for industry. It's important that we do that. It's important we do scream as loudly as we can, but we'll always be viewed with a certain amount of skepticism. Oh yeah, you're paid to say that. Oh yeah, you've swallowed the Oregon UO Kool-Aid. And so as others are able to serve as those validators, our messages become much, much more effective. And so meeting friends and having them be as excited about what we're doing as we are is a holy grail of that activity. Jamie was really wonderfully clear, as always, in talking about just how much we are a tuition-driven institution. In a lot of ways, given our level of state support, which we're very grateful for, never ever complain, but we want to plant seeds. But overwhelmingly, our budget is dependent on tuition. The other piece, of course, of this three-legged finance stool is our state partnerships, particularly with the capital projects, tuition, and then philanthropy. And so we are working to support the university's objectives through philanthropy. As you know, we have not been in a campaign for a while. It's weird for a university to not be in a campaign. So developing those muscles of goal setting, communication, volunteer structure, prospect identification, and getting out to meet people to try, ideally, to inspire people about the way that some of their goals can be achieved through the great work happening at the University of Oregon as a top priority. The fifth item, nobody is interested in, but I have to say just a little bit about it and more tomorrow, and that's athletic conference realignment. We want to position the university to provide stability, visibility, and future academic and athletic success. So I'll have a little bit more to say on that tomorrow in my president's report. And finally, and it's not last because it may be the most important thing, is establish the university's roadmap for success and flourishing in the years to come. Some would call it strategic planning. I kind of have a little bit of a negative reaction to strategic planning exercises that end up with 67 priorities that get put in a binder and then on a shelf to collect dust. So I don't know if this is at all helpful, but I've been referring to it as strategic priority setting. More on this tomorrow, but to the extent possible over the year, listen and be transparent about our overarching goals for the next year, establish our strategic priorities with a reporting out for this spring about the focus areas of the university, what we're going to do to advance the university significantly toward those goals. So more on that tomorrow. But those are what we've been talking about.
Before I open this up for questions, just wanted to mention a couple things. One, Our goal is to be transparent, not only with the students, all stakeholders, and this is a document that will be public, and that's intentional. It's also, because it is public, there is more detail that comes to it. Any goal setting needs to be specific, consistent, attainable, measurable, personal, and those are things that follow behind this with details about measuring them, and so we can come back and look at them in a review. In addition, Carl drafted this memo, and it just was going to read, if you haven't noticed in your packet, he writes at the beginning, great organizations do not just happen. They require clarity of purpose and a shared understanding of priorities embraced across all levels of the organization. They require a foundation of strong leadership and a culture of internal and external engagement with attention to an even stronger sense of belonging through our focus on equity, diversity, and inclusion. I think that's a really powerful, excellent statement in his memo that I just wanted to highlight that. Let's open up to the floor. Any questions anybody has? All right.
I guess I'll ask one.
Okay.
So Carl, of those items, which one are you most excited about or worried about?
It's a little bit, so as you know, I'm a father of 3 daughters, and it's like, which daughter are you most excited about? So I really appreciate the question, and if you want to push me, don't accept a non-answer. But I think they fit together so critically, right? So we're searching for, and I'm very, very confident. This is such an attractive place. We're going to hire great people, and then I think the university operated very well in the past. But as I said, it's a new president, new idiosyncrasies, and so building this team, folks have been just incredibly great about that. And so that the whole strategic priority setting can't happen without having this engaged, excited team. In fact, one of our leadership meetings was like, Carl, there's a lot about you being out in these meetings, and that's dumb. It's like, we collectively, right? We're your ambassadors. We're working together. And so the strategic priority setting process is going to set the vice presidents and me collectively together to do that. The athletic academic conference, it has to happen. The board hired me to put the university in the best position it can possibly be 5, 10 years from now. This is a step that does that. That's part of it. And then who can't be excited about a campaign, right? That's an opportunity to come to everybody and say, you have dreams with your life. You have this opportunity to chase some of your dreams, whether it's empowering students or communities, whether it's pushing some issue, some area of inquiry that you're excited about, maybe making a difference for the state's economic prosperity. You have an opportunity to do that through the University of Oregon. And so let's talk. And so those things all fit hand in glove.
Very good, I'm sold.
Yeah, so I had the good fortune to at least be around a couple of university presidents at the University of Oregon. So Dave Frohnmeyer's focus was maniacal about staying in the AAU and making sure that was ironclad. Michael Schill, he was a science guy, wanted to focus on sciences. So you're new guy, so it takes a while for things to percolate. When do you think realistically you'd have an idea about the key programs? I mean, is it 6 months, a year? I mean, just so I get to thinking. And is there any truth to the rumor that we're going to have a campus in Pendleton?
It depends how the later this week goes. All right, so I'm laughing a little bit internally because you said, how long will we have to wait? There's a part of me that wants to say, well, tomorrow I'll be talking about it. And so there's this interesting tension that I feel like I'm navigating between what I'm going to call authentic listening. Yet at the same time, I've been in higher education more than 3 decades. You've hired me. I come into the position with some ideas about what I see are opportunities for the University of Oregon. And so I'm hoping the things that I talk about tomorrow are going to be sufficiently mom and apple pie that everybody at these authentic listening sessions are going to say, yeah, President, of course, we're going to do that. And these sessions are going to be more about, all right, what are the tactics? What are the measurable outcomes and tactics that are really going to move us forward in those things? All right, so with that long-winded preamble, if you said, Dave Frohmeyer was at AU and Mike Schill was scientific innovation, I think 2 of my 5 that I'll talk about are about student success. It's about graduation rates. It's about being truly a leader among the great public research universities in career success. And it's not that I don't care deeply about the academic enterprise, but the finances of the university. If we aren't killing it with the student experience, we're not going to be able to achieve our other dreams, whether on scientific innovation, sticking in the AAU, everything that's important. It all comes down to students and the reputation of the university and the success they have here, because that's how the wheel gets turning. We won't have to spend as much on Vice President Thompson's financial aid, discounting tuition. We won't have to keep Jamie up at night worrying about budget if we have a very, very reliable source of students. And we will have a reliable source of students as the experiences of our students only get better and better.
Looking forward to hearing the rest.
That's
That's good. It's good.
So,
Ruby. Yes, Ruby.
question. In last May, the Honors College Dean search was canceled. And I'm just curious, you talked about hiring new VPs and new deans, and kind of what are your strategies to ensure that we have a large candidate pool, that our candidates are also high level and diverse and along those things?
Great question, Ruby. So we had some, I was going to say, technical bobbles on the Clark Honors College search that led to it being, suspended. So it's going to be reputation of the campus as a place that is truly engaging in deep reflection and commitment to diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. We will talk a lot about creating a flourishing campus. I think that's a foundation for which we want staff, students, and faculty to be able to reach their full potential. We'll engage, of course, in search firms who can help us broaden the reach that we have. A lot of the reason we pay search firms is to identify candidates from potentially, diverse candidates, but candidates from backgrounds who we might not instinctively reach out to. And we make it a commitment.
I have a question about the philanthropy campaign. You say you're going to build on successes. Can you talk a little more about what you will be doing that might stand out and what you're relying on from your past experience or what you know about U of O to get a sense of what's coming?
Yeah, so I think in many ways the most important aspects of campaigns are to have clarity of purpose and have that clarity ideally inspire people in what the opportunities are. And so one can have potentially idiosyncratic ideas. And so it's really important to focus and group those ideas about kind of what resonates and what other, what people might say, that's kind of interesting, but we're not really excited about that. And so let's wait till tomorrow where you hear some of these overarching framework things. And then Lillian, I'll be anxious for you to kind of say, all right, that's all well and good, but, or yeah, I can see that that's how to anchor campaigns.
We kind of got the cart ahead of the horse a little bit today by letting him share these goals, and there's more to come tomorrow.
Although I don't mean to build up expectations either. So let me tell you, tomorrow's not that big.
He's going to share funny stories, and we're going to be just rolling. We're going to want him never to stop. Okay, so we're gonna do something we've never done in the 2 years I've been a trustee. We're gonna end a meeting early. Not the whole day, just before break. Everybody has 25 minutes to go do what you want to do. And at noon, we will be meeting for lunch right back there, where I think where we had breakfast.
50 and 152, but I can point out the way, and there'll be signs per door will be in 2 different groups breakout.
Okay, all right. So this committee meeting is adjourned.
Yep, we're good to go.
All right. Our chairman wants us to start our meeting now. So we will call to order the Academic and Student Affairs Committee. Today we have 5 items on our agenda. The 5th will be a vote for our committee. So that will be coming. But first, I see Janet Woodruff Borden, our interim provost and executive vice president, who is joining us from afar. But thank you for joining us, Janet, and I will let you just get started
Are we
on.
going to call roll, though, of the committee, or we just did that previously, or no?
Yes.
Good
I'm
idea.
gonna call roll.
After we call roll, Janet, you can give us your quarterly report, please.
All right, Horniker,
Here.
Hick,
Here.
Madison,
Present.
thank you. Tyson,
Here.
Cullum,
Here.
Wool, Warden, quorum is present. Now back to you, Janet.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Sounds like you're getting a little echo. Thank you for letting me zoom in. I'm joining you from the AAU Provost meeting in DC. Sorry I can't be with you in person, but this will be the next best thing. So we've had a busy and productive summer getting to know our new president and now preparing to welcome students and faculty back to our campuses this fall, with the exception of our law school, who is already in full swing. As the nearby wildfires ignited again recently, I felt grateful that so many of our faculty and students are working to address climate change. I look to the start of the 23-24 academic year fully appreciating that we all have important work to do. When we met last time, or last year at this time, I outlined 4 areas of focus to advance our academic priorities. I wanted to remind you what those were so I could give you a little update on each of them as we start the new year. The first was institutionalizing the academic initiatives. We also talked about working with the deans to establish, empower, and activate their priorities and visions aligned with the university mission, working toward inclusive excellence through our student success efforts and by enhancing our faculty and student recruitment and retention efforts. And finally, ensuring that the provost office continued to provide effective and efficient support to faculty and to school and college leadership. I'd like to share a few highlights with you as we start a new academic year, as the work has progressed exceptionally well, and it's also ongoing in a number of spaces. So first, the academic initiatives. Over the last several years, as you know, the university identified a handful of academic initiatives. The intent of these has been to leverage the university's strengths to address real-world challenges in our state and region, nationally and even globally, through faculty-led development and delivery of interdisciplinary curriculum and research. These have been highly successful ways to advance academic opportunities for students. A couple to highlight are the new Balmer and data science programs. They've also been terrific ways to promote scholarship and to hire outstanding faculty. Our work now is turned to institutionalizing the academic initiatives in ways that are sustainable to the institution and to campus so that we can advance research, serve students, and maximize our academic impact as an institution. As you know, what had been the data science initiative is now the School of Computer and Data Science in the College of Arts and Sciences, providing a sustainable structure for the work. So over the coming year, we'll use this as a model, and other initiatives will follow their own distinct paths toward institutionalization. In terms of work with the deans and I established a set of goals for our work last year that will continue into this academic year. Those goals included revising our institutional hiring plan to provide deans with more autonomy and efficiency in the tenure track faculty hiring. Proposals continue to be generated by faculty for dean review and decision making. That model is now launched and we will run it this fall. Secondly, better integration of student success efforts within the academic units. As one example, we've moved Tyson Advising to the College of Arts and Sciences so that now each school and college has its own advising unit overseen by the academic unit, with UESS providing advising for undeclared majors, transfer students, affinity groups, etc. In that way, we can better leverage the expertise in UESS to foster best practices across advising units, including support for student athletes. Thirdly, the deans and I agreed to achieve an inclusively academic culture by reducing equity gaps in student achievement, making progress in diverse faculty hiring, retention, and by continuing to address climate. And finally, articulating the value of arts and humanities in a 21st century research university. I want to briefly discuss some of the work to bring focus across the academic portfolio to inclusive excellence. We held a series of 4 workshops throughout the spring, all under the banner of Inclusive Excellence in Action. These focused on inclusive teaching, inclusive faculty recruitment and retention, closing student achievement equity gaps, and student success. I'm going to talk to you about the latter two and the work around equitable student outcomes. In 22-23, we asked all undergraduate programs to use newly provided disaggregated course level data and other sources of information to select a student achievement goal that would demonstrably advance equitable student outcomes, particularly where equity gaps existed. This set in motion what will be a multi-year plan to establish goals at program, department, and college levels that are tied to institutional goals. The charge was first to intervene, to assess our policies and practices, and to monitor outcome. As we strive to enhance our 4- and 6-year graduation rates, the Dean's Retreat next week, when I'm back, is focused on the critical role of Dean's leadership in student success. Building on the Inclusive Excellence in Action workshops, we'll review current data and strategies, discuss the need for any additional data and metrics the deans need to support the goals unique to each school and college, and identify supports needed to achieve those goals. The goals are ambitious, and I look forward to keeping you updated on our progress. In closing, as we prepare for the start of another academic year, I want to acknowledge some significant work that was accomplished this past year. A few highlights are the completion of 361 major faculty reviews, approval and launching, as you know, because you were the final decider on these, 3 new undergraduate academic programs, and selection of our inaugural distinguished teaching professors based on a program to recognize and honor the very best among our career instructional faculty. As we start a new year, I look forward to opportunities to discuss these goals and progress over the coming year and to work with you and the president to ensure that we continue to provide the highest quality of academic programs, inclusive excellence, and innovative scholarship. Thanks for letting me zoom in, and I am more than happy to answer any questions you may have.
Does anybody on the committee have any questions for Janet or anybody on the board in general? Dennis?
I'll start. I'll get us going. You mentioned the disaggregated data to close equity gaps. Can you just talk a little bit more about what 1 or 2 examples of what those are, or how you all identified what those data points would be?
Yeah, it's a great question. Probably the simplest way to think about it is that if all students in a class, regardless of their identity or any demographic characterizations, achieved at the same level of outcome, our ratio would be 1. And so we've looked at each course and have the dashboard created at the course level so that faculty can take a look by looking at what is their actual equity outcome. Is it 1 or is it less than 1? If it's less than 1, if there's a ratio there that is not 1, so each student is the same or each student is not the same, that's the data that we're asking departments, faculty individually to take a look at We can then intervene and think about what are the practices that we need to raise that ratio so that all students are achieving at essentially the same rate, regardless of any characteristics of the student. So that's probably the easiest one to conceptualize in terms of what we've provided to faculty.
Thank you.
Sure. Happy to delve into more if you want. I
That's
just
good.
want you to have a sense of
Yeah, good
kind
example.
of the level of the analyses. Yeah.
Amy?
I was curious about the recent survey that just came out regarding faculty belonging or the kind of the cultural DEI part. How you're thinking about using that report to delve down to try to improve our track record, so to speak.
Mhm. I think there's several issues there. It's a terrific question. The deans, department heads, and all departments are doing work in terms of the climate in their individual units. At an institutional level, we've put a lot of effort into active retention, which is in many ways important strategies to facilitate belonging, to reach out to affinity groups. We have Troy Elias in my office who's convening faculty and affinity groups and discussing issues both on campus as well as in Eugene, in the living in the community. So in many ways, it's a multi-pronged effort. I think that we can deal institutionally with some approaches that we're asking as best practices for folks to use, but also work at the unit levels is particularly important because that's where faculty truly experience the university in their own departments, in their own school and college. So I think all of those units being aligned and working toward the same goal of increase in belonging is a critical way to approach that work.
So Janet, this wasn't really part of your presentation, but earlier today we heard a report from Jamie about the intention to add 15 tenure track positions every year going forward. And I just I didn't want to ask Jamie this because it didn't seem fair. I feel like we're at an airport all of a sudden. I hear this noise. It seemed like more a question directed to you about how attainable you think that is or how challenging those numbers are. And I realize, maybe it's not going to be a perfect 15 every year, but how you're feeling about that as an attainable goal and how you're going to go about doing that, I guess.
And Janet, while you're
Yeah.
answering that, we also had a question as to where those positions are, where you're looking to first fill those
Schools,
positions,
yeah.
what areas they're going to go into.
Yeah. Let me start with the attainable piece of it. We decide how many positions to authorize based on what we want the net to be at the end. And so we know, as we've talked about last year, we know that we tend to, and it's a bad verb, but we tend to lose 40 faculty a year or so. That's for lots of reasons: retirement, people taking offers at other institutions. I mean, it's the usual reasons faculty leave. That number's been pretty stable for a fairly long time. So that's our baseline that we're looking at. So 15 over that number allows us to grow. So that's probably what Jamie covered because she, Brian, and I work off of the same model. Our rate of success in hiring tenure track faculty is the other number that's pretty important. That's around 75%. And so if we authorize 100 searches, 75 in a given year are likely to be successful. The difference, though, is that some disciplines are harder to hire in than others. So it's going to depend on where we need to hire as to whether we will meet that 75% rate. The sciences, the STEM disciplines are notoriously more difficult to hire in than some of the other disciplines. So it takes a couple of rounds of search before we're successful sometimes in science hiring. Not always true, but in some cases that is an important thing to think about. So all of that said, what that means is we'll determine a larger number of searches to authorize. We authorized in excess of 80 for the coming year. And so my goal in authorizing that many searches was so that we had the opportunity to net between 10 and 15 additional faculty. So that's going to be what needs to set the bar. I think it is realistic if we take a long view as opposed to year to year. I don't know that we'll hit that 15 mark every year, but I think if our goal is 75 over the next 5 years, that we stage that in ways that allows us to approximate it. So we'll know what our yield is this year, can plan for next year accordingly, and use that to bench how many searches we authorize. So very long-winded way of saying, yes, I think we can do it. It's going to require us to use the data to make decisions about the numbers of searches and where we need to be searching to do that. The one thing I will say is that Jamie may have shared with you this morning, one thing that constrains that is that it's expensive to hire some faculty, and that looking at startup cost and what we need to invest to bring faculty in certain disciplines here also constrains the number of hires we can do in a given area. So thinking about that strategically is going to have to be part of the conversation to net those 75 in 5 years. To answer the second question, which as I understood it was how we decide where those faculty are going to be across the institution. CAS makes up, the College of Arts and Sciences makes up about 60%, 50 to 60% of our hiring each year, just because of its scale. Chris Paulson will receive proposals from his faculty in the 3 divisions plus the schools, and then will prioritize those in terms of his need. The number then will be decided, as it always has been, by the provost office. And so I would say roughly, because we're trying to grow certain spaces in CAS, I will say between 50 and 60% of hires will tend to be CAS hires. And then the other schools and colleges will be divided among those other ones. The process will be the same in each school and college. Deans will decide what they prioritize, and then we'll set the number of how many we can afford with those caveats I mentioned earlier. So where they are, the startup funds necessary to hire them, and with that goal of growth.
Janet, Carl here. Thanks for joining us. I hope you're having fun with our AAU colleagues. Can you give the trustees a little bit more sense of the startup costs cross-discipline? I'm sitting here staring at AR, who gets more and more tense about the startup demands. But I think it's useful for the trustees to hear about like what a rock and a hard place you, AR, Jamie, I, and others are in doing this hiring.
Yeah. Sorry, AR. I know this is probably making you anxious. Between $1 million and $1.5 million for many of our science disciplines is what we look at these days. Those are in materials and chemistry and biology, and psychology is even starting to get pretty expensive, especially if it's a neuroscience hire. So we're looking at that kind of expense to be competitive with a search. We have traditionally budgeted about $6 million for startup going into a pot each year. Obviously, we're not spending it all every year, but in an ideal world, we would. And so when you think about what that means to $1 million and $1.5 million with a $6 million planned pot, we are kind of constrained in terms of what disciplines. What would be ideal is to grow that pot so that our decision making is what's best for the institution and what disciplines are best to grow as opposed to what can we afford.
Yes.
Obviously there's always a constraint, but if we could grow it a little bit, we have a few more degrees of freedom.
So a bit of back of envelope math, which may not be correct. But if we're trying to hire 75 this year, and let's say it's maybe a little optimistic, but third in STEM, that's 25 offers. Let's say an average startup of $1 million, $25 million. Let's say a hit rate of 50% in recruiting in STEM is, so that's 12.5 million startup pot, and we're budgeting for about 6 million. So that's the source when we were referring to AR's anxiety and Jamie's anxiety. That's a big source of anxiety, and we're going to have to figure that out, whether through philanthropy,
Carl,
somewhere.
Yeah, that gets to a question I was going to request sort of offline because it'd probably get into the weeds of the hiring, but just Jamie's done a good job of talking about the institutional hiring plan and the financial reports. And I think I want to get a better understanding of how we develop it from this side of the house with Janet in terms of Janet ultimately authorizing the roles, but what's the role of the departments and the deans to identify those needs, working with Jamie's team to really understand how that is because of the cost drivers of the plan. So we're not do it today, go
Right.
deep in the weeds there, but that we can find time to talk about
I
it.
can give you a quick Cliff Note version on that. The departments draft proposals for their deans based on what they feel they need for their discipline to cover teaching needs, to grow in a new area. The deans then are tasked with prioritizing those proposals based on their view of their school or college. Those then come to me. What we changed in the process, I will be very candid. It used to be that those proposals were reviewed institutionally. I think that's why we hire deans to review the proposals. And so the deans and I have worked out that they need to engage their faculty. There's some processes that just need to be transparent and universal across schools and colleges, but that we should trust them to decide where their hiring needs are. Then Jamie and I discuss how many. And then based on that, then the decisions are made about what we can afford. So before we authorize any hires, we know what our budget is for numbers. We know what our budget is for startup. AR is involved in the process to determine whether the startup seems rational or not. So there's a lot of consultation before we release the searches. So once we release the plan, we should be fairly confident that it is financially viable to do what we're asking to be done in the schools and colleges through all of those steps.
The other piece I'll add from a financial perspective is when we look at hiring, particularly in some of the STEM fields, so not all of them, but some of the STEM fields, you've got sometimes very large startup packages to be competitive on the market. You often also have very large lab renovation costs to have a place where someone can be. And then sometimes we also have core services that we provide, like our high performance computing, and you need to keep those things invested as well. So there's a number, depending on the field of where someone is, it could have very different costs associated with it. And we're trying to look at all those different things.
So then the cost for someone not in STEM, it would be lower?
The cost in not in STEM frequently is lower, both in terms of market of salaries and also that startup, depending on the discipline, lab needs as well. And so when you think about a humanities faculty member, for example, market is going to be lower than, say, a physics professor. And also the space necessary to do their scholarship is quite different. So there is a range of what faculty's work costs to do effectively. And so it really is the goal of startup, in my mind, is to sort of obviously enable a faculty member to have success in their work here. And so providing them the tools that they need to launch their research and scholarship at the university. So folks who don't need that are obviously, we're paying salary and the usual expenses, but in a different way than scientists.
When I was in Janet's position, I was always delighted when the physics department would tell me they wanted to hire a theorist. Then you buy pencils and paper rather than fancy equipment.
And some fancy computers now,
Yeah.
so yeah.
Any more questions for Janet? Janet, anything you want to add before you sign off?
No, but thank you for these questions. It's terrific to discuss it with you. And if anyone, Elisa and I talk about some of these in our regular meetings, but if any of you are interested in more information about hiring plans or how we're making decisions this coming year, please feel free to reach out or ask Tim, and we'll set up a time to talk about it.
Thank you, Janet, and thank you also for letting us know about how our advising units are coming together, how we've been talking about this for a long time, is how important advising is to our students while they're here, to get them out in 4 years and as they move on. So that's been a really positive move. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank
Thanks
you.
for joining
Thanks
us.
for letting me Zoom.
Thank you, Janet.
Bye.
Okay, next on our agenda is an exciting report from Sustainable Cities, the Sister Cities program. We have several people here. I'll let you introduce yourselves, but this is a program that crosses over into so many different schools and colleges and incorporates so many of our students for real life education and work experience out in the across the state of Oregon. So I think it's really exciting to see our touching communities, not just Portland and Eugene, but just all across the state. So please introduce yourselves, and we're excited to hear about it.
Thank you for having us. My name is Mark Schlossberg. I'll give you a little bit more in a second.
Byron Smith, the city manager of Hermiston.
So I am a professor of city and regional planning in the School of Planning, Public Policy, and Management. Thank you all for all of your work serving the University of Oregon and helping guide its leadership as a trustee and as upper administration, and still have smiles on your faces with all the challenges that it takes to run a university. So thank you very much. I came to the University of Oregon in 2001, and I've just learned I am officially the most senior faculty member in my department, which is kind of scary and crazy. But just a little bit about me. I focus on city planning, sustainability in cities, particularly around transportation. I'm a two-time distinguished Fulbright scholar. I teach a study abroad class on redesigning cities for cycling, where I take students to Denmark and the Netherlands every summer or every other summer, and lots of other things, but just that's the very brief version. And I'm really excited to talk about the Sustainable City Year program, which is a program of the Sustainable Cities Institute, of which I co-direct with Professor Nico Larco, an architecture professor based here in Portland. So I just would encourage you for a moment to think back when you were in college and think about what classes or what projects you did in classes that have seemed to be the most memorable from that time, the things that stuck with you. And the one that sticks with me from my undergrad was an undergraduate business major at the University of Texas, and I had a marketing class where I designed promotional material for a rental car agency, which is not that big of a deal. It wasn't for a client, but that was the thing that brought the material to life for me, being able to take the material from the classroom and actually apply my own ideas, my own thoughts, my own innovations in a creative way to try to come up with a solution. And it was the only course in 4 years of my undergraduate experience where I got to do that. And that's not exactly the norm now, but it's more of the norm than what students want. Students want more of those types of opportunities than they get. So as you think about maybe some of your own experiences like that, I want to bring you into this really exciting program that we have here at the University of Oregon called the Sustainable City Year program. When I decided to go get my PhD at the University of Michigan in 1997, I went because I was interested in finding ways to leverage the resources and the skills and the talents of universities and get them outside the walls of the universities to make a difference in society. That was why I went to get my PhD. And I'm really thrilled that I'm here talking to you about this program that Nico and I created in 2009, 2010. So at universities like ours, we have lots of things where students in particular can take their talents and their time and make a difference outside the walls of the university. There's service projects like one-day cleanup events, things like that. There's many courses that happen on campus that do work with a community or a client, depending on the field, often done in a kind of a one-off way, which is not a bad thing, but kind of a class in business school, a class in city planning, a class in journalism, a class in law, like a law clinic or something like that. Good stuff, but kind of separated and one-off. There's project-based courses that can be somewhat similar. Studio courses like in architecture that might do more intense type work. Capstone courses, so the end of a degree, maybe there's an applied project, thesis work, research project that students engage in that might have a client in mind when they're doing it, and of course internships. So this is kind of normal things that universities like ours does. And in 2010, when the Sustainable City Year program started, SCYP, we had a different idea, which was, in addition to all this other stuff, would there be a way to tap the regular, normal, everyday classes that students are enrolling in just as part of their regular degrees? And could we find a way to leverage the work that students were already doing and turning into their faculty to the end of the term, but have an audience for that was beyond just the professor? Because it turns out that at the end of every term, when students hand things into me, there's so much brilliance and innovation that come in those papers and that work and the research, whatever they're doing. And it's a shame that across our institution that not more people get to see the outcome of what they're putting into it. It's like a societal waste. And what we wanted to do was tap some of that effort and make sure that the right eyes got to see this brilliance. And not all of the student work is incredible, right? Some of it is amazing. A lot of it have nuggets of brilliance and insight, and some are, they're learning and they're growing, and that's all okay. And so what SCYP does that's different is it's scaling up the university community engagement. And so every year, what we do is we work with a different Oregon community, and I'll show you a map of where we've worked throughout the state. And we match courses across the institution to one community per year to work on community-defined goals, projects, things that the community is trying to get done but don't have the time or capacity to do it because everyone's overworked. Maybe they don't have the expertise, not because they're not smart, but maybe people were trained in a different era, or just don't have the range of expertise that we have at the university. And oftentimes our communities don't have the political space to try to do bold things because public yells at people who make bold decisions, but they don't yell at students for suggesting the same things. And we wanted to match those two things together, the resources of a university that we're doing through our regular classes and the goals that our communities want. So each year, depending on the community that we're working with, this adds up to a whole lot of work. Between 25 and 35 different courses, 60 to 80,000 hours of effort. We work across different schools and colleges of the university, many different faculty members doing this type of work. And that scale is a game changer, both on and off campus. It really makes a difference in the community. And it really makes a difference to our students on campus, because when students take a class and they know that at the end of the term they get to present their work to a city council, to a city manager, to community members, they work harder, they produce better results. And per the discussion with the provost just before, it's actually an approach to have much more equitable access to applied work in ways that requiring internships, paid or unpaid, can be a real burden for a lot of students who don't have the time to take on unpaid work outside of the classroom. So integrating project-based work into the classes that you're already taking for your degree is actually an equitable way, in addition to just it's a better way to learn and apply. And so here's a bunch of different disciplines that we've been working with. We don't need to go through all of them, but what's really important to know is that this model works across different schools and colleges. So Cass, College of Design, Journalism, and School of Law have all participated in it because it only takes faculty deciding that they want to participate and matching their classes with something that's of use to the community. So we've worked all across Oregon. This is not a Eugene program. In fact, Eugene has not even been our partner yet because we only partner with communities that are ready and willing to take the work of our students seriously. And I really hope that Eugene gets to that point because it's the commute and the site visits are easier for most of our students. But what's really important is that there's a partner that we're working with that really wants to make a difference on their environmental, economic, and social goals that they have, and so that we can do that work. And so here you can see, it was in your packet, if there's a map on your screens or behind you. We've worked all across the state. Outside the Willamette Valley, right, at different scales. So it's really a statewide program. It's the University of Oregon serving the state of Oregon. And it's pretty amazing. Also throughout the process, when it works to bring in courses from other state institutions, we do. So we've had a number of courses from Portland State and Eastern Oregon University actually participate with us because it's a very easy opt-in model to do. So I'm happy to talk about like the results, the outcomes for students, for faculty, for communities. That can be later because it's a short amount of time, but I'll just say that the projects range that students are working on. They're working on economic development or affordable housing projects. They're helping communities rethink taxes and different ways to think about revenue and expenditures. I teach a bicycle transportation class. Every city wants more biking in their community, so we're often working with communities, and the work of the students have resulted in new bike infrastructure, cities floating bonds to build new municipal buildings, like a whole wide range of things. Journalism students, undergraduate, first-year journalism students conducting 1,000 interviews in Medford about resiliency and disaster preparedness, right? Students just learning interviewing skills. They could do it on campus hypothetically, or they could go do it with community members, right? Which is more valuable. So there's a whole wide range of things that students are working on. Byron will tell us in a moment the things that happen with Hermiston. But I want to also let you know that something that you should feel really proud of. This model, this sort of wacky model, started in 2010 of just taking classes and kind of purposefully directing them to one community over 1 year at a scale that matters. And since that time, this model has been adopted and adapted not only across the US, but is now doing so on 3 other continents, and has led to a national nonprofit called EPIC-N that kind of coordinates some of that work. So it's a very flexible model. You don't have to care that it's happening elsewhere, but you should just feel good that this thing that happened here at the U of O, this thing is known as the Oregon model, is happening all over the place because it's very flexible to both community and institutional contexts. And the context of that they just vary quite radically across the world, obviously. The last thing I'm going to mention is that we're really thrilled to Senators Merkley and Wyden this past year with support from then Congressman DeFazio. Senators Wyden and Merkley included SCYP as one of their 5 CDS, congressionally directed spending authorizations. That's the fancy new term for earmarks. They had a very specific call for requests that were community focused. And so we're really thrilled that they included us in last year's federal budget. So what those funds will help us do is actually work with the state of Oregon that's in the process of passing some new climate and equity goals for the state, for communities to sort of live up to new state rules. And so cities are going to need some assistance in translating state law into local practice that makes sense for community members. And so we're going to be part of that effort while teaching our students in this work. So that's the brief overview of the SCYP side. I want to hand it over to Byron to talk about the Hermiston specific experience.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today with you. And thank you for having this and offering this program. I think I'm going to take just a minute to go along with what Mark highlighted as far as practical experience. You know, that was the decision point for me as I chose an MPA program, was where could I go and get hands-on experience as quick as possible, but still having cutting-edge research and access to faculty that could help and assist. And so, you know, for my first event at the MPA program I attended, where I interacted with alumni in my field, all of the professors were there, those types of things, that this type of program and getting people in the field, on the ground with practical projects is I think it's priceless for students. So in Hermiston, we focused on 3 different projects that we were considering. One we called, to start with, the North Hermiston area. It was an area where infrastructure was lagging behind the rest of the city. There was some vacant land. It's vacant land that's the last pieces of vacant land along our main commercial corridor. So how are we going to best utilize that as we move forward? The second area was our library. We are kind of working on re-envisioning how does the library contribute to our community. And so right now we're calling it a multicultural resource center, but some way to, you know, the library's always been where you go for information. So how do we make that for other types of information where people need resources in our communities and things like that. So we utilized a couple of classes in that area. And then the final, we did a little bit of work as our community considers making a large investment in a health and wellness and aquatic center. You know, how do we pay for that? What are some options? And we were able to use a public finance class to kind of evaluate some options for us, and that was really good. And I just want to share kind of 3 takeaways out of these 3 areas. The first, just the great opportunity to have student interaction, both directions. So I think it was awesome for them to come and visit Hermiston. I would have to say many of those students had never been to Hermiston before. I think we got 1 or 2 in a couple of the classes that said they had been. And so giving them a new perspective and a new experience was valuable, but also that came back to us as well. Having them having experiences in other communities, how do they bring that? What can we steal from other communities that they grew up in and have experience in, and we can utilize in Hermiston? And then the different levels of students. You know, we had some undergrad, we had graduate students, we had planners versus engineers, and I don't know if you know, those are drastically different types of people. And so it was great to have them, both types of people, look at our situations and give us their input and feedback. And then, as Mark mentioned, we also had a class from Portland State and a class from Eastern Oregon participate. And so those were, again, different perspectives that came from those students. And one of the things that this kind of leads into is our council has been working on trying to bring the youth voice to decisions made in our community more prominently. And so we've been having high school students serving as youth advisors on our city council, as well as on various commissions and committees throughout the city. And so having a large group of students come in and give a perspective on things was again enlightening to people of an older generation, we'll just say. And so it was really that those were very valuable to have that. And then what I mentioned earlier, the real world solutions and situations that the students were able to experience. Now, some of them weren't all positive. We had one class come in, and I really kind of went back and forth with the professor because I didn't want them to come on the weekend, because part of their work was going to be doing some public outreach and doing things like that I knew wasn't going to work. You know, having a focus group on Sunday morning at 10 o'clock in Hermiston wasn't going to work. But that was the schedule that needed to work from their standpoint, and so we worked with it. But I think the lesson they learned was that they learned how to conduct a focus group, and we got a lot of their input, again, from different communities. But they also learned that it's hard to talk to the public. It's hard to get them to come out and participate in our government. And so we had a great opportunity to talk about that as a group as we sat there with nobody showing up for the meeting. So, and then we had another class. We had a great positive experience where we held a public meeting for this North Hermiston area in a neighborhood restaurant, and we bought dinner for everybody that came, and they were able to sit down with those neighbors and talk with them and get feedback on, well, how do we want to see this area change, and what types of things do we want to see? And so that was a great positive experience in that type of public engagement sphere. And then just seeing the diversity of these student groups, particularly I think about the engineering class that we worked with from Portland State. They were a very diverse group and from multiple countries, and being able to bring that perspective to a transportation project that we had them analyze, and frankly that class, along with a couple of the planning classes that looked at this North Hermiston area, Just a few weeks ago, the City Council formed a North Hermiston Urban Renewal Area in that space that will put in some transportation and water infrastructure that will set the stage for the future. And a lot of that is based on some of the designs and the discussions that we had using those student groups. So this was a very valuable experience for the city of Hermiston, and really appreciate the opportunity we had to participate, and be happy to answer any questions.
I have a question. Did you go through an RFP process to get selected? How did you get selected to do this?
So Megan, I'm not sure what's her role exactly. She's the director of the program. I think she talked to people at the League of Oregon Cities, and they gave her my name and said, you might want to call him and see. And so we went back and forth. Initially, I was struggling to come up with some projects, and then we came onto this North Hermiston area that really kind of blossomed into a good project. So it was pretty informal.
It was just kind of each other trying to found each other.
Right.
Yeah.
We do have sort of two parallel processes that happen. We do release an RFP every year. And at the same time, we're constantly building relationships with people around the state, because you need the right timing, the right projects, the right sort of council goals, the right sort of sequence of things. Funding, our community partners pay. So it's an RFP that if you get selected, then you're paying the University of Oregon.
Hey.
It varies on scale. So Hermiston was a slightly smaller community, but a larger community would be between $250,000 and $350,000. Yeah, it's basically pays for the program.
Hermiston got a deal.
We did.
Have you had repeat communities?
This upcoming year will be our first repeat community. So we'll be working with the city of Salem this next year. And they were our first RFP communities. We piloted the program in Gresham, and then it went well. So then we thought, oh, we should have an RFP and have compete in Salem. Was that
Mark,
very
is
first
that
one?
by purpose that you want to spread this around, or is it the communities aren't so excited about the outcome and so they don't want to participate again?
Oh, no, it's not that. So I would say, so it's always, it's the financial part of the conversation is always interesting. Communities generally think they've ripped the university off afterwards because they've gotten so much talent, ideas. And of course, we've all feel like we've taken, everyone feels like they've taken advantage of everyone else in the best possible way. But I'd say after a partnership year, it's a lot for the community to digest. It's just, and so it takes time to sequence things. Sometimes there's very practical suggestions. So the first time we worked with Salem, there was a business class that offered some ideas on how the city could take their wastewater treatment and turn it into a revenue generator of $1 million a year. And the city basically plug and played, and that one happened. Ended up being like $800,000 a year recurring of savings or revenue. And other things are just changing the way thinking is happening, and that just takes time to percolate, across the public, across the city staff. So anyway, it's a lot. At the end of each class, we hire a student to take all of the students' work and make a professional, deliverable product, so that the community has all the ideas that they can go back to when it works in their decision making.
A question over here, sorry. To answer your question earlier, my favorite, most memorable class was a class that I took that had a service learning component. And so it sort of really was excited to read your materials. Just two quick questions. How much time do the students spend in the communities that they're serving? I imagine it would be a little bit harder to sort of manage all of that from U of O and having to be present for classes, not here, but in Eugene as well. So what does that look like, and how do you help students with those?
Yeah, it's a great question. It depends on the class, of course, and the distance, of course. So most classes we try to do organized site visit, again, class dependent. And this is actually really fun, and it's a little bit of what the funding is for as well. So like, I'll just use my class, for example. So like this last year, we were working with sisters, and so bus comes to campus. Everyone shows up at 7 in the morning, 8 in the morning. We'll hop on a bus. Already the students are feeling really treated nicely. The buses come, we give them snacks. I mean, we show up in the city, the mayor, the city manager, key staff greet us when we get dropped off, go into sort of city council chambers, get given a formal presentation, get fed lunch, and then do site visits and tours, depending on things are. So students from that moment, like, wow, this is really something different, right? Like there's someone who cares what I have to say. Oh, this is what it's like to be a professional. So there's these workforce skills that are coming in. And then for some classes, that's enough. For other classes, we sometimes subsidize students if they want to make return visits. Of course, it depends what the subject matter of the class is, how much engagement, right? So going and doing interviews or focus groups or more passive site visits, it just varies. And then some classes are just data analysis. They just need a data set and a question and a computer, and they don't need to go.
And one of the classes, we had them camp out in our large event center building. So they brought sleeping bags and stayed the night.
Ruby, did you have something?
Yes. Thank you guys for coming. I had 6 friends who took your class in the spring who loved it across multiple disciplines. So it's definitely highly talked about on campus. But I was curious how, if you had any students either with you who, after this program, post-grad, returned to your community to look for a job potentially in that sector, or if you're seeing a return on kind of whether these kids are getting involved post-grad with similar communities.
I haven't had that yet. Love to have that.
It definitely does happen. I mean, I think there's sort of there's a direct answer and there's sort of an indirect answer. And I think maybe the indirect one first is, I mean, I think one of the valuable things about a program like this is it does bring students to a wide range of communities, many of those communities that students wouldn't have gone to before, which is really great from a community standpoint because is a potential workforce sort of recruiting. And I think for students, it expands their knowledge about what's possible in terms of where to go afterward, right? We get a lot of people like, in Oregon, big city, when I've been in Portland, which is great. And yet it's in a lot of these applied fields, if you want to get a lot of experience, you really want to go to a smaller community because you get to do a lot more. So it really exposes things in that way. But yeah, there's been tons of internships that have come directly out of it. Relationships between city staff and students just in classes that have led to city staff being recommenders for other jobs. So yeah, it happens.
I was curious if you could walk us through a little bit about how the final presentations came together, Byron, in your community. Is the whole community invited to come? The students, I'm gathering, are collaborating on the presentations to whoever the audience might be. That's one part of my question. And then the other one was, can you share some of the low-hanging fruit that you've implemented already in Hermiston?
So we had a couple of complications. One, our distance from campus. So we didn't actually have any in-person presentations by students to the city council, for example. But we did most of those final presentations via Zoom, and it was to myself and to whatever appropriate city staff, and so those went very well. And I think it was a great, again, an opportunity, like Mark mentioned, to do something professional. This is something that they did a lot of preparation for. The low-hanging fruit is, so this area that I talked about, this North Hermiston area, what we have implemented is a funding mechanism that will allow us to build a road and a associated water line across this vacant property that will really make it developable. Otherwise, it would have been, kind of cost prohibitive from a just straight development standpoint. And so with that and some of the planning ideas of connecting into the neighborhood that's there close by, those are some of the things that we're working on implementing right now.
I'll just say this, every class is a little bit different every year. It's a little bit different. COVID definitely interrupted some
COVID
of the
did
in-person
interrupt.
things, but many classes do in-person things. Again, I'll just speak about my own bicycle transportation class. We always present in the community, and I structure them as poster presentations, and so that students are with their work and can engage the public, which is an amazing opportunity for everyone involved, rather than PowerPoint slides. And it's quite fun and engaging. And also, oftentimes at the end of the year, we have a in-community celebration of all the work that happened in the year, because classes happen fall, winter, or spring, so they're not year-long things. And so when it works out well and everything aligns, then we have a big end of the year celebration, and sort of results of all the work from the year happens. And again, it's a public event, and just trying to keep those ideas floating. But really, we also base it on what's best for the community. This is not the university working on a community; it's working with. And so we have a lot of engagement back and forth to figure out what's going to work best for everyone involved.
Any other questions? This is an exciting program. I can't believe it's been around since 2010, because I think you've been kind of quiet about it. I think this is something we should be telling everybody in Oregon about, because it's, again, a win-win for the students and for the community. So this is really exciting. Thank you for presenting. And Byron, thank you for coming up from Hermiston and joining us. This was really exciting to hear. And kind of dovetailing on what Ruby said, it would be interesting, since you've had this program now for a long time, to see if students have continued in this kind of a program, and if they've been able to find jobs in these areas that they've participated in, because that's always really important for the board to see how something like this comes to fruition as a career.
Well, one of the things that the earmark will allow us to do is actually pay a little bit of time to do proper evaluation, which is always the thing that gets cut when the funds are tight.
Very exciting.
So,
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're making a slight change to the agenda. AR is going to join us first here, because he's got some other responsibilities to jump to. This is our annual research report. As you remember, AR joined us last September for his first meeting with us. I think he had just joined the university in June. And he kind of gave us a feel of what your outlook on research was. I think it was big picture and community-based and lots of exciting information. So it'll be great to hear what's happened in the last year. AR, thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, President Schultz, missing him, trustees, and including some of the new ones. Delighted to be here in person and get to meet some of the new trustees. And what a fantastic example that I'm following of experiential learning and students getting involved, and all the data that is generated for Mark and his colleagues to do research on after those projects are done. This is a fantastic example, and I want to thank Jane also for letting me go first. I appreciate it. I have mostly good news. I say mostly. And also, if there are any lingering questions on startups, I'd be happy to answer. So I'll start.
I think it's page 47 if you need to jump ahead in our packets.
And you all have a much more detailed annual report as well. And the PowerPoint is a shorter version of that, just glossing over the highlights for past 1 year. I'm delighted that I just finished my 1 year of stay here at the University of Oregon. It's been fantastic and tumultuous at the same time, but fantastic to have President Schultz finally in the permanent seat of the president. So I want to reemphasize what our mission for the research office is. And it's three-part that I have put forth for internal and external description of what we are supposed to be doing. So enabling impact through creating knowledge, pursuing, discovering, and excelling in innovation. Mark presented a great example of that. Internally, we want to position our research office to support and lead significant research growth. Um, we talked, you all talked about in the provost's presentation, the growth in faculty. It's not just singularly we add more faculty, there is a ripple effect in terms of resources that are needed to support those additional faculty. And last but the most important one, I want the research office to be best-in-class service organization. We're here to serve the faculty and the students. My office is, and so I always remind my staff that we want to be the best service organization where everybody would love to come and work for us. So, okay. So I'll go through some very quick highlight. Today, the story went public on this new $15 million National Science Foundation Award on Cascadia Regent Earthquake Science Center, or Crescent, led by Diego Melgar and his colleagues in Earth Science. I'm particularly proud to say that, Oregon being much, much smaller than California, it's almost like David and Goliath story. We were able to take away this center that has been housed in California for many decades, and now it's going to be shifting over with headquartered in University of Oregon. It's fantastic news for our faculty and researchers and students. We also got $800K in congressional money to support Wildfire Smoke Center. Another $3 million. This is all within last month. A new, led by Lucas Silva, our faculty in ecology, on biosequestration for carbon. And within the last year, we also received about $1 million in this Regional Innovation Engine. This is a new program that started by NSF to support research, innovation between communities, industry, and universities. And we got the planning grant for $1 million in about a year and a half. When we go for it, the awards are like 150 to 160 million. So this is really, although we are the lead, it's with Oregon State and Portland State and other, industry partners in mass timber industry. That'll be fantastic, if we were to be able to revolutionize mass timber again in Oregon. And then another one, Language Resource Center, $740,000 is huge money for that discipline. From high level stuff, last year we had about $180 million in awards, about 542 awards, 1,277 active grants in fiscal year 2023. And as you can see, 35% of our federal grants come from National Institutes of Health, about 22% from National Science Foundation, and about 16% from Department of Education, and then the rest of the. And this will be important when I get to the last slide. So very, very proud as an institution that we continue to have great success in our early career faculty. The names that you're seeing there, National Science Foundation grants these career grants, which are about 500 to 600,000 for 5 years, to faculty who don't yet have tenure. So it has to be pre-tenure faculty. This is really sort of a gold medal from National Science Foundation to early career faculty. Also, similarly, NIH is an early stage investigator, Mira Award, and Julia Wyndham in chemistry received that. A couple of our faculty were elected to American Association for Advancement of Science, or AAAS, and really fantastic faculty, Shannon Betcher, professor of chemistry. In fact, next week or the following week, he is going to be in New York to receive the Blavatnik National Laureate in Chemistry Award. This is the New York's Academy of Science, um, and that's the only Blavatnik we have in chemistry and UO. Very prestigious award, I can say that. Took him 3 tries, so on his 3rd try, and I guess somebody snuck that in. This is to emphasize what President Scholz has said about culture of excellence at all levels. I'm proud to say I was inducted into the National Academy of Inventors. A little bit emphasis on what Mark shared with you. So we were fortunate to have a donor, Huey, to give some money to add on to our undergraduate research program. This is really fantastic. So it's if we had infinite resources, we would want every undergraduate to have experiential or research experience. Not my area to say, but data shows those students have a higher graduation rate, they have better grades, they graduate sooner. So that's one esoteric goal for the institution, if we could do that. And also our 10 graduate students received the NSF Fellowship Award. On the innovation side, we continue to make small inroads. 8.3 million licensing income. Key things are that 26 patent applications were filed last year and 31 innovation disclosures were done. I'll talk a little more about an idea that I presented last fall and also another meeting. But we are finally, this March, we launched Launch Oregon. This is a partnership between the university and the University of Oregon Foundation. And the goal or the objective of creating Launch Oregon as a single member LLC under the foundation is to provide opportunity, venture fund, business talent, and everything that goes along to turn our IP into either licenses or startup companies. The foundation trustees were very kind to give $3 million as startup venture fund for this Launch Oregon. And this summer we hired a managing director for Launch Oregon. So things are warming up. And we have a board. Paul Weinhold and I are co-chairs of the Launch Oregon board. And then we have 3 members from the foundation and 3 faculty members to balance the board of this Launch Oregon. So it is in operation. I'm happy to report that. With real money. And so parallel to or what feeds the Launch Oregon is our Translation Opportunity Program, which is housed in the research office. And it is built on 3 stages. The first is to invite faculty through disclosures and interest to see whether they're interested in having ideas that someday could have commercial viability or a product viability. The second stage is the prototype stage, and my office invests up to $250,000 in each idea to build these prototype over a period of time. And as the prototype matures and we talk to potential either licensee companies or even have interest in startups, that's when we start talking to Launch Oregon, try to have a very, very smooth integration from, we call this the pre-launch stage, and then hopefully we have a smooth handoff over to Launch Oregon to nurture and take it further. And then the cycle would repeat. So we really have looking forward to Launch Oregon making and the Translation Opportunity Program working side by side and taking our IP to new heights. Just wanted to share some operational updates. before I came, research integrity and compliance work was buried under research operations. Given the significance of compliance and the federal agencies and Congress getting more and more strict about it, I, like practically every other university, I took that from under the research operations and made a unit of itself with its own leader, and Jessica Price, who is thanks to Kevin Reed, who uh, was kind enough to share Jessica. She's 50% the research office and 50% in Kevin's office.
You still owe me.
Yes. The tab keeps growing. And and we reorganized also our core facilities and to, if you may recall, I transformed the tech transfer office to with a new name called Industry Innovation and Translation, in line with our work with Launch Oregon. And I'm really proud to say that Christine Theising, we hired away from UT Austin to be the new Associate Vice President leading that unit. And she'll be officially starting October 15th. I'm a little bit disoriented, so I don't know which direction to point, but not far from here on the Terminal 2 of the Port of Portland. Oh, okay, thank you. As you may recall, we won $14.75 million under the Build Back Better Act. Wow, what a tongue twister. By EDA last year, and then $4 million from the University Industry Research Fund from the legislature. So about 18, almost 19 million project. And this September, we are doing the RFP for design build bids from contractors, and we hope to complete the construction by 2025, early 2026. So we will be breaking ground if everything goes fine, because Port of Portland has to take care of buttress walls and make it earthquake proof, the site, before we can start our construction. Happy to talk more about it. The picture is of a half submerged chamber where the testing for ceilings and floors made out of mass timber would be done, and they would be put in their sealed chamber, and this is going to be for acoustic certification for use of mass timber and housing. So we work with our state and federal affairs folks under Tim. So we were successful in getting $5 million grant on trauma immunology. Mark and, as I said before, some congressionally directed spending. One thing that if folks keep an eye on Washington, D.C., the next two bullets relate to that. If there is one thing that both parties agree on is making laws harder to interact with China. And so there is a lot more compliance aspects, and when we apply for federal grants, we'll have to do a lot more disclosures on who's employing which student especially from China and other foreign countries, and what their engagement is in different countries. So this is something that's going to continue to ratchet up. The final thing of worry, as I said, almost all good news. Again, for those who keep, like me, who keep one eye on Washington, D.C., is today is September 11th. So if the Congress does not pass the budget by September 30th, it'll be an automatic shutdown. October 1, that's when federal government stop paying bills, which is not that when they reopen, they catch up. But that it causes a great amount of disruption. Proposals are not submitted, new awards are not made, and no new money flows until the government reopens, and then there is huge amount of catching up to do. So while it's not a huge amount of concern in terms of cash flow because we work through that, but it does cause disruption. And if I was sitting here in January and the government had been shut down for 3 months, I would be worried at that time. But if it is just some drama for a couple of weeks, then we would be okay. Thank you very much.
Any questions for AR?
Yes. So, so it's my understanding that the university has a much larger opportunity to receive federal funds for research. I mean, 180 is nothing to sneeze at. That's a great number, but who in the university is responsible? Is that in your area that you're focusing on? And so what does success look like? Are we at the pinnacle, or can we get to $500-600 million, or maybe even larger?
500-600 would be a tall order. So our faculty, you have to go back a few years, and this actually relates to faculty hiring. As I understand, the university froze hiring during COVID time. There was time, but the rate of attrition still happened at 40 a year. So that's why we are under with respect to the faculty count. And the majority of the research funding, federal agency funding, comes from three areas. It's NIH, National Science Foundation, so chemistry, physics, biology, and Department of Education. So hence that discussion, and when President Scholz talks about me requiring a bottle of Tums, is that we need to get over not only the attrition fact, but to add more STEM faculty and if again we hire at the assistant professor level, there's a gestation period of 2 to 3 years. But if today we had 75 new faculty, yes, we could think about maybe a $300 to $400 million, awards every year.
So it's a function of how many
faculty,
not the quality of the faculty, but the quantity.
It's both. So I'll go one layer deeper. So one is a direct correlation to the number of faculty who are engaged in research and research activity, right? But there are only 24 hours, right? So the second part is winning much larger grants like the 15 million. So starting this year, for the first time, I have put together a program of seed grants. So previously we used to have seed grants about 300,000-400,000 for individual faculty. I'm setting aside 500,000 a year seed grant mechanism to challenge and support faculty who want to go after big $10-15 million grants. So that's another avenue of how to help organize. There is within my office, there is research development services that works with faculty in supporting in many different ways, from organizational logistics so that the faculty can focus on the science part of it. And these also tend to be multi-institution. We have a lot of opportunities between the Infrastructure Reduction Act and hydrogen, energy, batteries, so on and so forth, and also the CHIPS and Science Act and semiconductor and materials and devices. It's a matter of having enough mass to be able to go after some of the bigger ones.
And involvement with the delegation, is that important?
I'm sorry?
Our congressional delegation?
Absolutely.
And are they significantly involved?
So both Senator Merkley and Senator Wyden are deeply involved. We just hosted Senator Wyden for a meeting on semiconductors. We need to up our game with industry when it comes to semiconductors. And Congresswoman Bonamici is on the Science Committee. So we try to have very good relationship, and also as Mark gave you one example, and trying to get them to use their chips, if you will, for congressionally directed spending to impact. Of course, they have other universities to take care of as well.
If I could, one thing I'd add to what AR said, so the grant activity that we see from new faculty varies tremendously by field in terms of who we're hiring. And correct me if I'm wrong, AR, but some of the areas where you're likely to see the largest grant activity per faculty member are also the ones that have the largest startup and lab renovation costs. And so we have this challenge that we're constantly struggling with of how much can we invest, and then investing in certain places. But I just want to point out that there is, depending on field, there's a huge variation, and some of the fields where there typically is very large grant activity in other institutions are not, either we don't have or aren't quite as large here, such as regular engineering or medical, those types of things, which distinguishes our numbers a little bit.
But our faculty members are encouraged to think big, and
They are encouraged to think big and broad, and we work closely with them. But, and I say this because, they also have to teach. They also have other duties. So there are other factors that are challenging, such as our very high OPE rates compared to every other research university. That hurts us.
what's OPE?
It's what Jamie was talking about this morning, the fact that for every dollar we spend, we're paying another 60, 70 cents on fringe benefits.
It'll be 82 going.
And as Jamie had pointed out, compared to our peers, we are absolutely at the top. So one of the things, we're paid to solve problems, and so we're trying to solve problems. But one of the things we hear from our research active colleagues is this is really a barrier as they compete for grants. We're more expensive than other providers.
Yeah, so if we are at about 80%, and every other research university is somewhere between 35 and 40%, it's roughly one graduate student or 3/4 of a postdoc per grant that they're able to have. So their productivity gets reduced because of that.
Is there any solution to that by running that through the foundation?
I'll defer to
No. I don't think so. We can talk offline. But basically, the way that we're set up, and I believe this is required by state statute, all of our payroll goes through the university for university employees. It doesn't matter where the original funding source is. And so once something comes over to pay for employees, it's on our books.
Okay. I'm sure you've investigated all options.
The University of Connecticut is the only place that I'm aware of that's similar to this. And Connecticut at one point had a fairly substantial surplus, so on at least a short-term basis, bought down some of these OPE rates, but it's really, really expensive to do so.
I think my back of the napkin thing is that this will be there until 2035 or so because of the track one employees and the pension and so on and so forth. So I do think that to be nationally competitive, the federal agency doesn't care what our fringe benefits is. They give a finite amount of money. So it is in our benefit to figure out a way how we address that. Maybe we can do it offline.
Had a few,
Yeah.
had a few questions, if I may. Thank you.
Sure.
So my first one was, you had us ranked number 1 in licensing.
Yes.
And can you expand on that?
Sure.
What's the audience there? What's the pool?
So, thank you. So that's a little bit of a marketing thing. We are number 1 in the volume of licensing. However, our average license tends to be very, very small, and majority of our license are education technology, things that get licensed, but they bring in, on an average, small amount of revenue, but there's large number of those licenses that we give out. So by volume, yes, but
Okay.
not by
I didn't
dollar.
see a little asterisk there,
Yes.
so I wanted to ask.
Yes.
Then I was also curious about the aim with the acoustic work on
Yes.
the mass timber. Is the aim there to construct the mass timber to be more acoustically powerful, or whatever the word might be, durable, or to measure what's being produced now, how good it is from an acoustic standpoint in a multi-family dwelling setup?
Thank you. Both, but in slightly two different scenarios. The acoustic testing lab is for measurement and certification, just like you would have fire rating for building materials. So different manufacturers will bring their products in, and we will run that and certify that. In addition to that 14.75 million from EDA, we also got 2.2 or 2.3 million dollars as part of our faculty, Judith Shine, and as part of the Tallwood Institute, to research better ways to construct those mass timber stuff. So they were separate, but overall big picture together.
And then my final question has to do with the night campus crossover in terms of research, say with OHSU
Mhm.
or other schools. And does that fall into this Launch Oregon at all, or is that separate, or how is that structured from a research standpoint and extracting benefit, say, for the institutions from that collaboration?
Excellent question. So, Night Campus is just like any other unit on campus. We file all their patents. We do all the disclosures. Everything happens, including our translation opportunity program. We invest money in their technologies to prototype. And when they'll be ready, in fact, we are talking about one technology that's maybe ready for Launch Oregon investment. So as far as from a university is concerned, they are part and parcel of the university, and the research office manages all of that. So anything that will happen, the funds would come back to the research office, and then we would give part of the funds back to the Night Campus and to the faculty, just like we would do to any other faculty.
So it's a feeder, really, for Launch Oregon, or a source of projects that could be funded through your work with Paul? Maybe?
Night Campus is no. It's like any other unit that engages in teaching, research, and innovation. So just like arts and sciences or College of Education, and anything that bubbles out of that on the innovation and tech transfer side, we take care of that. So they're an integral part of the campus and the institution. Now, because of the very nature of the kind of research they are doing, biomedical engineering, we hope, rather we expect, more innovation to come out of there. And therefore, it may seem like that they're much more active, but that's because of the nature of their research. In fact, College of Education is highly active in the ed tech world and Prevention Science Institute, and so is chemistry and physics as well. So from my perspective, all children are equal, and whoever needs help, we provide help.
Hey, AR, I had the same question on licensing. Thanks for asking that. On the 18 companies that we hold equity in,
yes,
is that as of 2023, or is that in 2023 we had?
As of 2023.
And then answer this question if you want. Well, it's two parts. One, which entity within the university holds that? Is it the university? Is it the foundation? Is it Launch Oregon? And then the second is, this is part you can answer if or not. What kind of equity is that?
So the university holds equity in the entity, and typically it's somewhere around 4 to 5%. It just depends on how much money we have invested. You know, once in a while we invest, multiple rounds to make our technology successful. So each one is different, and but it's roughly around.
We're getting preferred equity for that. Then it's not common. It's not common stock.
Well, since Dennis opened the door to this, I was going to ask more about the value of that equity and how that comes back and gets reused.
So think of whether it is as a license royalty income. Every dollar that comes back to the university from, if there is an exit or any other event, that dollar gets divided 3 ways. So a third of it goes to the founders, which include faculty, students who are involved in that. A third goes to the unit that they were part of, and the third is kept in the research office, because we invest in patent costs and everything. So that's our recovery and reinvestment formula.
Just the last question on that. Does your office oversee, who's in charge of keeping track of those investments?
So the Associate Vice President of Industry Innovation, and which was prior, Tech Transfer Office. So we have collect licensing revenues, and so in FY22 we had one sale event that generated $0.2 million.
Okay, if there are no more questions, we thank you very much,
Thank
A.R.
you.
Ransden, for joining us. Really interesting, and we look forward to hearing more next time we see you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Now we'll welcome Jane Gordon, Vice President for University of Oregon in Portland. This will be page 42 in our packets. And Jane is going to give us an update on U of O Portland. Thank you. Thank you for hosting us, first of all. Thanks for having us here on your campus.
Thanks for coming. So yeah, that was the first thing I wanted to say was thank you. I'm pleased to be here today. It's become a tradition for me to give you a little update about Portland and the fall meeting, which has been held in Portland, I think, 4 years, 5 years now? I don't know, COVID, confusion, but you've been here often, so it's great. So as always, I can't cover everything, but I'm going to provide highlights and leave some time for questions, and I know you've been talked at a lot, so the exciting thing is I don't have words, very many words on my slides, as you may have noticed, so trying to entice you into listening. So this slide, from presence to statement. And that's supposed to represent the fact that the U of O has been in Portland since the 1800s, starting with OHSU was our medical school, and the law school started here in the 1880s. So if you go to OHSU now, carved in the, have you ever noticed that? It says University of Oregon carved in the top of one of those buildings, yeah. And we've had academic programming in Portland ever since, continually ever since. So for the longest time, the university described what we were doing in Portland as its presence. It even said Portland presence on the website, on the overall U of O website, as recently as a couple years ago. At the bottom of the page, you go through everything, University of Oregon, at the bottom it would say Portland presence. We didn't use the word campus, and we purposely downplayed our activities and our academic mission here in Portland. The big turning point came when this board was started in 2014. Because before that, we were part of the Oregon University system, and as this new board engaged, it was made up of members, people from Portland, people from elsewhere. A very early question for President Schill in 2015, and also who arrived in 2015, and I arrived up here in 2015, having worked in Eugene for a long time, was they asked us, what's the vision and strategy in Portland? I don't think that the OUS board ever asked the U of O that question. Now, they may have, I don't know. But unlikely, right? I mean, they were looking at the whole system, who was serving different parts of the state, and how that all worked. So with engagement across both campuses, we created a UO Portland vision and strategies in 2016, 2017, and I've had the pleasure of sharing that, and in fact, the board at that time worked on creating that with us. So moving from presence to statement really reflects the growth and focus these past few years, culminating on our new campus, which is the picture that doesn't look like the 1800s, and the Balmer Institute, made possible by the extremely generous gift by Steve and Connie Balmer. So UO Portland has now begun to be noticed and recognized in a very different way. There's palpable interest, energy, and enthusiasm about UO Portland's future. So the work of the University of Oregon is really statewide, as you heard earlier, and it's something that the board hears about, but is really important that we continue to find ways to elevate and expand the state's understanding of our work. Portland is an extension of Eugene's campus. It's the hub of industry and obviously lots of professional activity. And it's the home to nearly 50,000 of our alum. And it's also where 20% of our entering class in Eugene comes from. We've worked hard to create and foster connections in the Portland and Southwest Washington region. And there are many examples of those connections generated by many at the U of O, partnerships and activities in the academic realm, as well as through enrollment management, alumni, and donor relations, and of course, our community and government teams. So this slide illustrates some recent engagement. The first photo, I guess you can see it on both directions. The first photo is recently. It was our resource reclaim event last month on our new campus. So we needed to clear out our new campus. We had a lot of things. We sold some of them in auction, and then we had a lot of things. And Chuck Triplett here, who's been overseeing all this, started to get really anxious because we had to start getting it ready for construction. And there was this brilliant idea of opening our campus to nonprofits. And we had over 100 nonprofits come one day through our campus to claim surplus items that needed to be cleared out. And it was interesting because the two people pictured here, one, you're going to hear about the Portland Internship Experience later, which is an internship program. So one of them is, we call it a PI intern, and one of them is a PI alum who got hired by that agency. So they just happened to be working at helping to clear out our campus. And the day after they came, we opened it up for the neighborhood to come clear things out. And they came and literally cleared the space out, taking everything, including some things they weren't supposed to take, but that's okay. And the funny thing is hearing later that on their neighborhood channels, there was like, hey, I got this thing, doesn't really work. Does anybody want it? So I think they were very anxious and took everything and now like trying to figure out what to do with it. But those neighbors have been really, really incredibly welcoming and very curious about what we're doing. Since last summer, so from a year ago, between a year ago and now, we've had 4 what we call community connection events, and there's a picture of one of them there, and that's Matt Roberts addressing them. And each time we've had over 100 people come. We tell them we give them updates, we give them pictures of what's happening. The duck came one time. We always have duck shortbread cookies. One time we didn't, then we had to bring them back again. And anyway, they ask questions like, what's going to happen to this tree? And can we come in the library? When is the coffee shop opening? And which crosses are you taking down? And like a lot of questions. But they've been very welcoming. I don't know if, for some of you who may be newer to the board, we were really, really welcomed into the neighborhood because they didn't know what was going to happen to that campus. They were very afraid that it would become something that wouldn't be really in sync with their neighborhood. So they were very, very happy when the U of O was announced that the U of O was purchasing it. So you had this slide as well, and we have particular emphasis in the connections we make to contribute to the life and health of the state. So on the academic side, I'm just going to run down this because, again, we have some new board members. UO Portland is primarily graduate students with just some undergraduates currently. So on the graduate side, we have students in architecture, sports product design, historic preservation, school psychology, the Oregon Executive MBA, sports product management, immersive media, communication, multimedia, journalism, strategic communications, and then students can do their third year of law school here. Undergraduate students include some architecture students, and then product design students do their capstone year here. And then, of course, next year, the Balmer Institute will welcome students entering their 3rd and 4th years of study. We also have research institutes, Urbanism Next, which was born from the faculty of this campus, Prevention Science has been doing research in Portland for decades. The Labor Education Research Center, Energy Studies and Buildings Lab, and the Agora Journalism Center. That's all in these buildings that you're sitting in now. And each of these programs is in Portland for very particular reasons. And for each of them, engagement in activities focusing on life, health, and participating in economic development is extremely important. So this slide has 2 examples of that work, and you're going to hear little vignettes again at dinner tonight. But one of the examples is this multimedia journalism class. One of the students is going to come and speak about this tonight. And then the other one is an example of an architecture project. These architecture students are doing these projects every year. This particular one was done about the Lloyd Center a year ago. And those of you who live in this area know how important that area is and trying to figure out the answer to that. So as I said earlier, our government affairs and community relations teams are also active in Portland. Is Matt back? There you are. So Matt was upstairs a few minutes ago trying to figure out whether there may be interest in something with this building, because we got to figure that out too. But anyway, he's back. He sits on both the Old Town Neighborhood Association Board and the Concordia Neighborhood Association Board, where he's already the secretary within a year. Overachiever. So his first Wednesdays of the month are really exciting, his both board meetings that day. But anyway, he's very engaged in that, and it's been really helpful because as we went into Concordia, he's sitting on that board and like, okay, we're going to put up these pennants. What, do you want them on your streets? What should they look like? All of it has been very collaborative and very easy, and has really, really helped us not look like we're just going to go and do whatever we want to do. I also serve on boards like the Portland Metro Chamber, as well as the Higher Ed Committee on Greater Portland, Inc., where along with my colleague Tina Kohlberg, we collaborate with our higher education partners in this region on projects relating to attracting and retaining industry. So many of you have been to our new campus. As you know, we have an actual campus, not these office buildings any longer. It's beautiful. It has rich history. And it's also a fixer-upper. So it's in the process of being updated and repaired. The goal is for the new campus to be similar to the Eugene campus experience. And while that's important for all students, it's particularly important for students who start in Eugene and then will be moving to Portland. So if you think about a Balmer student who's going to be thinking about starting in Eugene and in the middle of their education, stopping and coming to Portland, so they'll come and visit the Portland campus, and the Balmer Institute will be a huge draw. I mean, it'll be compelling and they'll want to do it, but they also want to be on that campus. Well, we want them to want to be on that campus. And that's our obligation, to create the physical spaces, the social activities, and the overarching care to support their journey. So that's a lot of the impetus in terms of the work that we're doing on the campus now. And before we look at this slide and the others, I want to comment on the stunning way in which university staff have taken on the work needed to put this 1,000-piece puzzle together. We're not done. I don't know, do we have the edges yet, Jeff? We have the edges, okay. So last year, I described to this board the activation teams that we created to do the work, and which are comprised of staff in both Eugene and Portland. And it is really impossible for me to convey the effort and spirit with which this work has been embraced. I'm not going to try to list the people or the units today, and a year from now we'll have really, I don't know, it'll have to be probably a multi-day party to celebrate and appreciate all of them. But for now, you should know that the university has many talented, hardworking, creative, and dedicated staff members, all of whom had full portfolios before adding this important project. And I always think about how, when I first came here 8 years ago, I was thinking about creating a bracelet that said, "What about Portland?" But that spells WAP, which would not have been a good thing, so I never did that. But most people in Eugene, on the Eugene campus, wouldn't, I mean, if they talked about Portland every once in a while, that was, interesting. They didn't know really what's going on or whatever. Now people, like Jamie, have to talk about it multiple times a day, and no one's complaining, at least not to me, but I don't know. It's just they're spending really significant time on projects, and it's been really, really remarkable. So I just wanted to mention that because you should be proud of them. So this slide is of what we're calling Highland Hall. As you can see, it used to be a gym, then it was an auditorium, and what the image on the right is of an image of what it will sort of, obviously, renderings are maybe not exactly what they'll be, but it's kind of what it looks like now, right? It's looking that way. They've broken out all that stuff, and there's light coming in from the top, and that will be the space for architecture. This space is hard. We didn't take pictures of what this space is now and what it's turning into is the U of Portland Campus Center. It's like the EMU. It'll be the campus hub, a gathering place where we'll have student spaces, dining, the offices for staff who support students, and we'll also have an event space. And in this particular space, just because I was on the user group for this, I want to particularly comment that it may not look exactly like this because, in part because some of the images are ad alternates. So those of you who know what that means knows that they may not all be there, although we are actively fundraising to have as much of that happen as possible. So this is called the Innovation Building. And that's the images on the left, and then you can see the image on the right is the one. So Steve, remember that chapel that we went into with the organ? Or any of you? How many of you saw that as a chapel?
This is it on the right?
Oh, yeah.
The one, yeah, that's the chapel.
Oh.
And actually, I wish we don't have a picture. We just got it last week. They took the ceiling down, and they're going to have to cover it. But right now, it looks there. If you went there today, it's all this beautiful wood with those beams. But I guess acoustically, they have to cover it. But that's what it's going to look like. So this building, it's going to be interesting in this building, and why do we call it the Innovation Building? It's going to have sports product management, which is from the College of Business, sports product design, which is from the College of Design, and the School of Journalism and Communication, including the Oregon Reality Lab. So that's an integration of programs from different colleges in a really different way. We're not saying, okay, the business school is here and design is here, but this is saying this building will be bringing together folks, in particular, who have overlapping innovative and creative energy types of activities going on. And in sports product management, sports product design, which everyone gets confused between, those are two programs that really will benefit from being together, and the students will benefit from seeing each other. We have had hundreds, maybe, I don't know, maybe even 1,000 visitors to campus this year that many people are touring. And the response is really positive when people come. Actually, they're like, really? This is like a whole campus. I'm like, yeah, it's a whole campus. So on the horizon, what's next? So those are words that come to mind for, I think, many of us. So first of all, law students are there. They started. I have a picture of them the first day of school. They started a couple of weeks ago because they're on the semester system. And later this month, School of Psychology students and journalism students will join them. We'll have 2 buildings open, well, 2 buildings plus housing open this year. And this year we'll have 2 campuses. We're going to still be here. The College School of the Business School and the College of Design students will be here, and then we'll also be there. So how is that going to work? Lots of driving, but also lots of staffing and people, again, going towards what I was saying earlier, people just really chipping in and trying to figure out how they can make it work. The library, safety, IT, student life, everyone's got to be in 2 places. And we're going to make it work. We're going to work really hard not to have either place feel like it's not everything. So we're embracing it through lots of communication, being really open to suggestions, encouraging people to let us know even the smallest issues that arise for them. That picture on the left is student housing, which is also now open. And housing, was a big draw for us for this campus. And it's going to be particularly important when Balmer students join us next year. And when we look to the future and looking at the horizon, we think about the Balmer Institute. We like to use a phrase, Balmer first. We think about that. We say that often when we're making decisions. How can we support the success of the Balmer Institute while strengthening the entire academic enterprise? And I know that you heard from Kate McLaughlin, the director at the last meeting. Kate, a professor and clinical psychologist from Harvard, was hired to serve as the Institute's first director, and she's here. She got hired some months ago and has been working even on her own dime, but is now here. And I knew you might want to hear some updates from her, so I asked her for some, so here they are. So the most important thing she wanted to share is that the Balmer Institute for Children's Behavioral Health is making progress on its goal to transform the Pacific Northwest into a national model of thought and action addressing challenges in children's behavioral health. As you may remember, and of course, those of you who are on the board approved, a new undergraduate degree, and students in child behavioral health will be beginning their studies this fall as pre-majors in Eugene. They'll be starting in Eugene and then coming up here. The Institute launched its first a graduate micro-credential, and now just enrolled its second cohort. So even last summer, soon after they, had the gift and got going, they had their first cohort of graduates, teachers, school psychologists, and they're on to their next group. And the first 80, we've heard they have been in the press talking about how they're already putting into practice things that they learned in those classes, and really, really positive response from that. Numerous faculty have been hired into the Institute, including clinical faculty who are beginning to deliver behavioral health supports in partnership with Portland K through 12 schools. And then finally, they're moving on to our new campus. So they have transformed their space just to make it appropriate in terms of carpeting and furniture. And they are pretty much all in, the staff moving in the last couple weeks. So what else is on the horizon? What's the future after we get through this intense transition, operating on 2 campuses and ensuring Balmer has what it needs, particularly in these first years? And we're often asked, okay, how many students will there ultimately be? Will you be offering different academic programs? How will you engage with your new community? What other activities will you host now that you are housing? I'm not trying to anticipate your questions, but I will say, in answer to them, that there will be a lot of we're going to be creating both short and longer term plans to ensure there is clarity of vision for what we offer academically as well as our external engagements. As we look to the future, we'll build on the vision and strategies that we created 6 years ago, informed by the developments both internal and external to U of Portland. Student housing and having a full campus allows us to consider many activities differently. So for example, when we created our strategies years ago, we said, oh, what if we could have like study abroad in Portland, which basically means summer school back in Portland. But that becomes a real possibility with student housing, drawing students potentially from around the country to come and study in Portland. We will be building on U of Portland's current academic strengths and connecting them to regional needs. And then, of course, we're going to look forward to syncing with the priorities developed by the president and the university community, some of which you're going to begin to hear from President Schultz tomorrow, and what he's going to be proposing and how he's going to engage. And we will be part of that engagement as well, because we believe we'll be able to significantly contribute to many of those. The role of the University in Portland is now more important than ever. And as I said earlier, it's important to ensure our various constituents know not only what we are doing, but why it matters. Okay, so I did steal that from Richie, if any of you remember. What are we doing? Not only what are we doing, but why it matters. So that's all I have to say in terms of my formal remarks, but happy to take questions.
I just have a super technical question. You showed the new EMU space. Is the second floor still going to be a library? Or is
That's the library building.
So that was a different building?
Yeah,
Oh,
that
look,
is, it's okay.
Where we had I've only been to like one other meeting here in Portland.
Yeah,
so.
it's behind, no, it's not, you can't see it, never mind.
It's in there though, if you go forward
it?
from there.
Oh, there you go, thank you. There's Heidi, our communications person.
Mm-hmm.
And wonderful Gary, operations on this campus, and Chuck, operations on the new campus. Very, very small staff, very mighty, very hardworking.
Jenny, were you thinking of the photo that looked like the library was above?
Where we had our dinner with,
Right.
after a year ago.
Yeah.
So you had it on the first floor of we had it on the first floor, right? So
Right.
that is going to become an event space as well. It's going to be the first.
But it wasn't pictured here.
No,
It
it's
just
in
kinda
that
looked
building,
like it.
yeah.
Okay.
That wasn't pictured as renovation.
So but it will be an event space, you're saying, not a.
Yeah, the construction will happen starting in January. So now the Balmer Institute's in their laws, in their Oregon Executive MBA, and then temporarily some other things, and then that will become an event space.
I think that was page 44 or 45 that you showed us. And it looked like that space open, and then with the
Where Matt was
library above.
talking, or no, it
Oh,
was
yeah.
different one. but
That's where Matt was talking.
Yeah.
So sports is important at the University of Oregon, I've been told. So how are we integrating this various sports into the Portland campus?
So we already have sports product management, which is a huge, as you know, a great program, and
Heard that,
they're super excited to come there and to have a field and gymnasium space and ways in which they can engage with physicality that they haven't been able to engage here. So they'll be moving there. I think, I guess that's the first answer: sports product management, and then sports product design, which is in the School of Architecture. So those two programs now will be housed together. They've been in separate buildings here. And I think that synergy between them will bring all kinds of new opportunities, as well as things that'll be generated through others in Eugene that can now join us with more space.
So will we have some contests with the
I-
university teams?
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe. I can't answer that. That's a good. I'll have to add that to the questions I don't know the answers to. It's possible. I mean, I think. Let me tell you right now, the gym is a big storage unit. So right now, everything that we don't know what we want to do with, it's all in the gym. And in a year, when we figure out what we want to use, then we'll invite the neighbors back. They'll clear it out, and we'll have the answer to that as well.
I would add that the outdoor recreation fields are too small for football. They were set up for soccer and baseball, softball. Certainly, I've heard some discussion of whether lacrosse might take some contests there, but a lot of our other sports, it's not tooled for a Division I varsity competition.
So to piggyback on that point, I got a lot of questions when this first was announced about the use of those fields and the communities who had used them historically wanting to come back. Just wanted to get an update on how that process is going.
Yeah, so we have a commitment for the community to use the fields. We want that to happen, continue to happen. We currently can't use them because of the way the conditional use permitting works in Portland. I can go into detail, but basically there's an ordinance that was written that wrong, so that the way that it works now is if we started to use the field, it would impact our permitting for the rest of the campus and all the construction work. So we've actually are moving to get that change corrected. And once that happens, we can start to think about the use of the field. So we haven't been able to use them yet, and we've had to explain that to lots of people. And I will say, and the president can correct me because it's really ultimately his decision. I think, so far we're operating with the idea that we want to be sure that the community has access to the fields.
Thank you.
Hi, sorry.
So I had a couple questions. I was curious about the Balmer Institute in terms of how it fits in with the rest of the departments at U of O. Is it part of education, or is it part of like neurosciences, or how does that work?
So it was created in combination from the College of Education and the Psychology Department. So it's its own institute, but the faculty sit in one of those colleges.
Okay, very good. And then just in terms of the actual facility, are you needing to tear down certain structures, or is it pretty much a remodel of existing structures? How is that?
Yeah, so most of it's a remodel. There's one major building that once we got into it, we realized that it was not worth remodeling, and there's another one that we may make that decision about.
Okay. And then my last question is with regards to housing. Was that housing already there?
Mm-hmm.
And how many students can you accommodate?
So this first stage, this can accommodate about 100 students. Ultimately, we'll be remodeling other units as well, and we will probably be able to house between 300 and 400 students.
Is that the right number, Jeff?
Three.
The size of the program, Balmer, will be what when it's fully?
For about 400 students. They may or may not all live there on campus, right? They're upper class students who may be not wanting to live on campus.
And when Balmer's fully working, will freshmen start there, or will they all start at U of O and transfer third and fourth year?
So the current plan, the way it's designed now, is for them to transfer, and that's primarily because we don't have gen ed. We don't have a whole gen education setup in Portland. Yeah.
I think we'll have to plan a couple more tours for our new trustees.
So that'd be,
space.
we'd love to do that.
Yeah.
Jane, will you just talk again a little bit about community, because it's been brought up, and how welcome we've been, and how you've already had students from Fabian come walk through your hallways up there, and because it's just been so important.
Yeah, so one of the draws for this whole coming to this campus is there's an elementary school called Fabian right basically on our campus. It's a wonderful elementary school. And the Concordia University used to have a program very connected to them. And when they closed, we became aware of that. And that's when our interest of our education and psychology folks were to look at how we might fill that need, and it ended up becoming a much bigger thing. So Fabian, we've been connected with them already. They're actually not going to have Balmer students working with them immediately, but there's all kinds of things. They've painted a mural on the street in between Falbion and us with a bridge between Falbion and the University of Oregon. We've gone to their open house. In fact, our Sarah Cooten, who's not here right now, but you'll meet later, went and presented. She's moved into the neighborhood with her 2 children, and so she went and presented. And then our prevention science faculty also went to the table and were recruiting those families to be part of their studies. In general, it's just incredible. I have people from all over the city because I don't look at Facebook or Instagram or any of those things. So they're always showing me things that are like neighborhood posting. You're doing this really a great way. And again, it's not me, it's the whole team really, again, doing 4 open houses where anyone could come and ask any question they wanted. We put, Heidi writes something every month in the Concordia News, telling them, giving them updates, letting them know how to get in touch with us. The Falbion principal we've met with multiple times in terms of all, can the duck come to their winter auction? And anyway, we're doing a lot of things. Yeah, they come to they're on campus a lot, just going into the amphitheater, singing, and it's great. Does that answer your question? Yeah.
Thought it was a positive to share.
It is, yeah, it's really incredible.
I just want to say kudos on not only keeping the community engaged and supportive, but also moving fast to get a lot of stuff done in a short amount of time. Balancing those 2 things, probably not that easy.
It's amazing how fast this university has worked. And again, it's from the teams I was talking about. It's incredible. Jamie oversees a lot of them, and they don't complain. I mean, it's the weirdest thing. One day I was there months and months ago, and I was in the library, and I saw this guy that I kind of recognized, and then he introduced himself, and his name is Adam Jones, and he was going through all the buildings, checking for radon and different things, and I was like, oh, I didn't even know you were up here. And he's like, oh yeah, I've been coming up once a week for the last 3 months. And I'm like, oh my God, well, do you want me to pay for a hotel? Like, do you want to do it in a condensed time? No, I love it. These buildings are great. It's been really just incredible. And again, I don't know what people say when I'm not there. They've been acting as if it's a pleasure. So. I'm excited by it.
There are a lot of feel-good moments at a meeting like this, but Jane, you've been spectacular in being gracious to your colleagues, but I'm also so grateful to you for your leadership in this. You really do an amazing job.
It's been my pleasure too, actually.
Is the idea that you'll sell these buildings or here?
Oh, these, okay, so, and when you said there's a feel good, I was gonna, and then you're gonna say, and then there's. So, the UO Foundation owns the building that we're in, which are connected to 2 other buildings. So we think of it as one building. And then we have a long-term, another 9-year lease across the street for the College of Business. So we're actively looking for someone to either buy or lease these 3 buildings, as well as take a sublease on across the street. So there's a lot of commercial vacancy in Portland right now. Very, very hard time to say, hey, look at this great commercial vacancy. It's a beautiful building. It's on the waterfront. It's retrofitted. It's also in a neighborhood that can be challenging. So there's a lot to think about when people think about it. It's a lot of space. We have brokers and people have come through. And a thing that Matt was talking about, I don't know if he wants to talk about it, but the potential of our finding a way to interest someone to turn this into residences. So not only like to have commercial in the downstairs and have residential stuff. So he was part of a meeting with the city and others trying to convince everyone that this would be a great project.
Can I say something about that?
Come on up.
So we met with the city today about the conversion. This building has been.
Why don't you come up to a
Yeah,
mic,
come on up
please?
to a mic.
Thanks, Matt.
And introduce yourself, Matt.
Yeah, sorry. This is Matt.
Matt Roberts, and I oversee community affairs for the university. I'm the liaison to all city and county governments throughout the state. So we met with the city today about a conversion. We had this evaluated by a number of different entities here in town. And of the conversions that they've looked at throughout downtown area, our building is in the top 25% of being feasible and affordable to do. So we presented that to the city today. We could be doing workforce housing with this. I want market rate or workforce housing. We don't want to go low income housing. Old Town doesn't need more low income housing. To turn Old Town around, we need some market rate and workforce housing. So we presented that concept. We gave them the plans, and they're very interested. They want to do whatever they can to support us. So we've just got to look for a developer. So my point in
You know any
saying something. If you
developers.
know any developers that would be interested in doing something like this, it is a really favorable building to convert to housing. With this ground floor would be some kind of retail. So it's really a interesting prospect for this this building.
And I would just add, we have a task force with a few trustees on it that's helping us to think through options. It's a challenging time, so we're trying to be creative.
And more importantly, once we are no longer obligated to this building, it frees up money that we could use on the new campus that we need to be able to use there.
I'm excited because the city was interested, actually.
Thank you, Matt. Are there any other questions for Jane until we see her later this evening?
Yeah, you have to do the conduct piece, right?
Yes, we do.
And then we'll be back at 4:15 to talk about the Portland internship experience. And just to let you know, we're not going to talk at you for very long. We're going to let you have an experience.
Thank you very
Thank
much,
you.
Jane. Okay, I want to welcome the Student Conduct Code Advisory Committee. Forward, please. And we have Chris Winter, who is our interim vice president for Student Life, and Marcus Langford, the dean of students, and Diane Tanquajillo, associate dean of students and the director of the Student Conduct Code Community Standards Board. And we're going to be talking about two items today that have been brought before the ASAC. One you're familiar with, we first spoke about last September, which was the unauthorized collaboration wording, and then a new separation of plagiarism in our conduct code. So please go ahead.
Thank you. Well, nothing like saving conduct code for the last of a long day where you've been talked to a lot and you just had lunch. So
we promise to behave.
Happy to be here. Well, I bet you will. My name is Chris Winter. I'm our interim vice president for Student Life, and I'm here with my colleagues today. Do you want to
Marcus Langford. I serve as the dean of students on campus.
And Diane Tanquajillo, associate dean of students, director of student conduct and community standards.
And I also want to say Diane has brought her staff with her today. So we have Sarah Barton, who's our student conduct coordinator, and Linda Gatton, who's our assistant director for student conduct. So before we jump into it, I just want to thank Diane and Marcus and our advisory committee, our student conduct advisory committee, for their work on this, both on the proposed changes, but also on the work in preparing for this today. This work has been a product of 2 years, well, some of it has been a product of 2 years of work and really good discussions, but really challenging discussions. So as you can imagine, trying to find a conduct code that fits for 20,000 students and every class that is taught by every faculty member is a challenge. And so we have engaged in a lot of really interesting, detailed conversations, walked through a couple of semantics and what a semantics change might mean. So they've done a lot of really fantastic work, and I want to thank them publicly for that today. So as a result of a lot of really great discussion, we have a couple of revisions that we are bringing to the board for consideration under the academic misconduct section of the conduct code. As you can see here on the bullets, one is switching up a definition around unauthorized collaboration and switching that out for cheating. One is unauthorized collaboration, adding as a separate definition, and then adjusting our definition for plagiarism. You've seen these in your board packet. You've read through the red line in great detail. I'm going to talk about some details in a little bit, but I'm not going to go into the level of things knowing that you've already read it out of the goodness of our hearts for going too deeply into the conduct code and as a matter of time. So first of all, the unauthorized collaboration, why now? The committee, which is made up of faculty, staff, and students, was unanimous in their support of the idea that our U of O students should submit work that reflects their own interpretation, analysis, and conclusions, unless expressly told otherwise by their faculty. So unless their faculty member wants them to work in a group, we really think it's important, and the committee thinks it's important, that students submit their own work. This is also best practice. This aligns with what other institutions are doing within their conduct code to talk specifically about unauthorized collaboration. So you can see here the proposed definition. In addition to providing a definition which currently is not in the conduct code, so we really want to make sure that our students know, and it's clearly laid out what the expectation is for them, which is why we want to propose this definition. We also included a paragraph that makes a definitive statement that a casual level of collaboration will not be considered a violation. So that's the second paragraph you see there. So we do believe that it's important that students understand that we want them to engage in discussion that helps them understand and learn more about topics that their faculty is talking about. We want them to talk to each other about, what did you think about class today? What are you going to write your paper on? As long as the instructor says that that's okay for them to do that. So that is what the second paragraph is saying. Our hope is that the new language encourages students to think about the impact of them collaborating and what that could mean on the ability for them to produce original work. And in academia, it is an expectation that people produce original work. In fact, we've seen a lot of people get in trouble for not doing so recently. The change is not intended to prevent collaboration, again, that's casual in nature, that's helping students understand the topic a little bit more and discourse with each other. And we believe that this definition clarifies that for students. Regarding plagiarism, student conduct codes, interestingly enough, have been historically quite broad because, again, as I mentioned, we need to allow for application in multiple situations. And so at times, this has been problematic when it is so broad that having students try to interpret it for themselves, when we have staff making other interpretations, that can be a challenge as well. So we wanted to be responsive to our current environment. Things are changing rapidly. Technology is always keeping us on our toes in student life, but specifically in the world of conduct. And so what we wanted to make sure that we talked about was the current use of AI. You might have read some articles about what that looks like. ChatGPT, I think, is a name that might haunt Diane in her day-to-day work and probably in her sleep. But we wanted to acknowledge that some tools have emerged, and we wanted to make clear to students what it is acceptable to use those tools for, because sometimes it is acceptable, and what things they should not use those tools for. The code currently lacks specificity, and we thought, again, to be transparent to our students of what they're being held accountable for, we thought it important to be specific around that. The committee felt strongly that the definition should reflect current reality of how plagiarism may present itself in today's classroom. So this is the proposed definition. And again, this clarifies students are responsible for the integrity of their own work of anything that they submit to their faculty member. The second paragraph reflects some of the more significant trends that we're seeing in academic misconduct over the last 5 years. I think it's interesting to note that the use of a Q&A feature rose in prevalence during a lot of the remote instruction from COVID. And Diane could talk for hours about the use of ChatGPT and other AIs, but basically that for us we've seen has become the most common type of plagiarism reported since March of 2023. Diane calls it the ChatGPT era that she has entered. So we believe that this definition brings us up to speed with current reality of what our students are seeing in their classroom on a daily basis. So with that being said, we'd love to open it up for questions.
So you say proposed, are you expecting the board to opine on this, or this is the purview of the institution?
Board gets to vote on conduct code changes.
So Tim, the academic and student affairs committee has been presented these changes, and they've taken a look, had discussions. We've had some really good input from our student and from our faculty. We've gone, especially on the collaboration. It's been over a year that we've been talking it back and forth, and I've got to say thank you to your committee for being thoughtful about where we're coming from, and and helping us understand where you're coming from, and being connected to best practices, what's going on in your universe, and like we were saying, the student was helpful in saying, do you understand this? You're going to be held to it, and the faculty, you're going to have to uphold this. So there has been discussion. Of course, we're open to any comments and thoughts. So we would vote on it and then bring it to the board.
I did have a question just about how you might be sharing this new policy with faculty, so so they understand it's their job to expressly prohibit or allow, and how that's going to be disseminated.
Sure. So Marcus and I are working closely with both Lee and Ron to think intentionally about how we communicate about the process generally, because I think that we found that it's hard to talk about changes when we're not entirely sure that faculty know what the process is. And so we're trying to establish, a place where we can ensure that faculty can take a look at what the overall process is supposed to look like. And then once they've understood that, what those changes also look like, it's hard to understand what changes are if you don't know what the base foundation is. So that's really been sort of the center of the discussion that we've had. And you all may remember last year we passed, there are changes passed around the faculty resolution process. And we encountered some difficulties with that because, faculty appeared to have a misperception or misunderstanding of what they were permitted to do in that process and what that meant. And so really the discussion right now is how do we get faculty back to the basics? This is what the process is supposed to look like. And with that in mind, these are what the changes are. But what that looks like is, the ability to communicate with faculty widely that the Office of the Provost has. And so figuring out how many access points do we have available where if faculty want to know about the process, it's easy for them to find. But especially with the academic year starting, we are planning on sending out mass email, basically ensuring that faculty are aware that changes are being made.
So I'll just say really quickly. So Lee and Ron, so Lee is Lee Rumbarger, who is an AVP and manages our teaching engagement program. And then Ron Bramhall is in the Office of the Provost. So again, those two folks are connected to faculty through the Office of the Provost and the teaching engagement program. And so they are our conduit. And so to Diane's point, primarily it will be through an email communication. Another thing that I typically do is Lee has regular meetings with all department and unit heads. And so I typically attend those meetings. I started doing that when I was appointed as dean. And so that's another avenue through which we can share information with faculty. And then Lee is also going to communicate these changes through her teaching enhancement program communication platform. So that'll be like websites, newsletters, things like that.
Just a quick follow-up, assuming we approve this as a board tomorrow, what's the effective date? Immediately? Or?
I think it was a year. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
So I'm new, so.
Welcome.
I did have a question on the first one, the unauthorized collaboration. And I was just curious about when those words not expressly permitted, which maybe is what Jenny is saying too. I guess, why would we, because the professor is in charge, it just seems like it would be up to that person to say you can collaborate or you can't collaborate. And so the way this was written just had me wondering about if I was a student and I didn't hear those words, does that mean I can't collaborate or I have to talk to the professor? I guess I would just wonder why the professor wouldn't be accountable here and just say, the professor will state whether collaboration is allowed or not. I did love the longer description here, but I'm still a little bit stuck on the first definition, I have to admit.
Welcome back to 2022. So this is the exact conversation that we had last fall. And I think what we came back with, it is on us to work with the provost to let faculty know about this part so that faculty know what their role is. I will also say, really, the bulk of academic misconduct reports come from faculty reporting that their students have violated our academic conduct code. And so they are aware of the conduct code because they read it to know if they need to report someone for the academic misconduct piece. I don't know if Diane has any more insight, but I think you're getting to the point of why this has been such a challenge is the level of detail to make it broad enough so that it makes sense to 20,000 students and every faculty member in every class that happens on campus, and specific enough that someone coming out of high school that's never been in a college class can read this and know what it means is part of the challenge. And so I think you're understanding why it's taken us 2 years at this point to get to where we are now.
And what we really want students to focus on is what the end product looks like. And does the end product that they are submitting reflect, what their own original analysis and conclusion and interpretation is. And so really emphasizing to students, yes, you can engage in discourse, you can engage in discussion about problem solving, but ultimately, what's the end product that you are submitting, and does that reflect your own original work? And so I think that with both parts of the definition, the end goal is, how are you thinking about the work that you're submitting, and can you stand behind that as something that is your own original work, even if you did engage in discussion with others?
Okay.
It was a year ago, Amy, we were here. I think Diane was presenting and went off the rails. And, and it went off the rails for two reasons. One was process. I think there was concern it had gone too quickly, and there was concern it had been vetted correctly. And the second one was concern about this issue and maybe a feeling that it was being too, well, maybe confusing, but also a little softer and going to allow it. There was confusion about it all. So there's, my sense is after another year, there's been a lot of process.
A lot of process.
And there's been a lot of buy-in by a lot of people. I think many would wonder why we approve this, and should this be done by the faculty senate, student senate, or the president. But there is some history. You're new, so you're just learning, and you tuned right into it. So anyway, I know I was one of those that objected last year, and I appreciate all the work that's been done, and thank you.
Yeah. I will say the history of this conduct code did used to be approved by the president or the faculty senate, and then when the board was created, it went to the board for approval, because what we found is the board is almost an unbiased third party, because we want to make sure that our students have, the whole point of the conduct code is due process for students, that they have a chance to talk through a decision they've made and have someone listen and hear through that. And so sometimes, I'm not saying Carl, I'm not saying our president might be too close to a situation, nor would I say our faculty might be too close to a situation, but the board is almost an unbiased third party. And I think really important is our student representative on the board, because they're in the classroom today where Ruby might be engaged, where she's wrestling with these problems herself.
And we really took the feedback from last year back to the table and figured out how we could address all of that. And so that second paragraph in this definition was a fruit of that labor. How do we emphasize to students, yes, we want you to engage in educational discourse. And I think that this definition makes that clear, but that was a clear result from the discussion that was had last year with the board.
And I was going to say that those two paragraphs taken together make me feel a lot better about like the whole process of this, just to make sure that students know that they can collaborate with each other if it sort of furthers discourse, but it has to be their own submission, their own thoughts. And so really appreciate, I think the third reason, Steve, it went off the rails last year was because it was before lunch and we were all awake.
And now we're at the very end of
now
a
we're
long day.
tired. And I just wanted to thank Diane for that, for sticking through that. And I can see just in the reflection of the new language that, you really thought about, the things that we were asking you to sort of think about. So I really appreciate you for that.
I had a quick question. I think this is really good work. Appreciate y'all sticking with it. Do you know if any faculty are using or encouraging students to use ChatGPT? I mean, it's a tool that's not going away, right? How people use it long term, we don't know yet, but it's something that's there. So do we know, I know other places some faculty are doing that. Are we doing that here? And is this giving them the flexibility they need to feel comfortable, or the students to feel comfortable to use those kinds of tools?
Same spirit like Diane was saying, because I have heard of some folks that are using it now. I don't know specific classes. I've heard of projects where folks are diving into the AI a little bit, but I think the whole spirit behind this is similar to what Diane was saying. We don't want AI to produce the work that you're submitting as your own. So again, that spirit behind you, maybe you could use AI to try to understand a topic a little bit, but asking them to write their paper for you is not where we want to go.
So if you attribute it to ChatGPT, you attribute it.
Oh, if you attribute it, I would argue that we might have a former provost sitting among us too that could speak to this.
Yeah, I will share. I do think some of our faculty are doing really creative things.
Yeah.
So this spring, I was in the faculty advisory council meetings. We had some faculty come, and a good example is one of the English professors was having her class have go to ChatGPT and other AIs and have them generate essays on topics, and then the student was critiquing the essays that were generated. So I think there's some really creative ways that faculty are thinking about it. That's very interesting given where we are in the development.
And Dennis, I'll add that this is a topic that will be on the agenda with the provost later on in the calendar year or academic year.
And Chris alluded to this earlier, but ChatGPT has become the most common referred academic misconduct since, I would say, February or March. I would say it makes up about 60% of our academic misconduct referrals. I would say very few of those students are having ChatGPT write papers wholesale. But what students are really struggling with is, yes, there's this new tool available. Yes, they believe it could be helpful or useful in some aspects, and really trying to figure out how they tread that line. And so really a push with, again, the Office of the Provost to have faculty really emphasize and specifically address the use of ChatGPT and other AI in their syllabus.
And I think this is so important for students in development because they're here to grow and learn as a human. And so when they enter successfully into the workforce in their dream job the day they graduate after the University of Oregon, we've heard situations where lawyers are submitting briefs that they didn't write. They were written by AI. And so really having them wrestle with that now in a more safe environment where they have someone to talk to if they do make a mistake and wrestle with what that might look like before they're in the future in their job and they're wrestling with that for the first time, I think is really important for our student growth.
I think one of the things that I'll say really quickly, so in my role, I think across campus, one of the conversations that I often have with folks is I think it's really important that we are mindful to do the best that we can to ensure that our institutional policies, practices, and procedures are responsive to a couple of things. One, the needs of students, and they're responsive to who students are right now. And I think often the conversations that I have with folks across campus is sometimes we get tripped up because we look at things through our perspective as a student, and we look at things through the perspective of our student experience. And I would argue, and I continue to argue, that who I was as a student and my student experience, even though in my mind, relatively speaking, I'm not that much older than our students, is still qualitatively different than who they are as students and what their student experience is. And so I think a lot of times, again, I caution might be the right word. I caution and encourage folks to not get bogged down in trying to always delineate and look at things from our student experience and our student perspective, because who students are and the experience that they're having right now, I would argue is qualitatively different. And so I think that is another reason why it's really, really important for us to offer specificity and clarity when and where we can, and again, fundamentally to be responsive to the needs of who our students are right now and what their experience is right now. So I think that also is a foundational piece that I just think is really important to reiterate.
Marcus, my daughter told me that I was a student in the late 1900s.
Yes.
And so I
That's
can't
right, yeah.
compare my
My
experience.
floppy disk was not writing anything for me, right?
Late 1900s.
Well, Marcus, thank you for making us all feel old. We were the era.
Welcome to my daily life.
A few of us were the era of Cliff Notes, and I think, Diane, you mentioned when Wikipedia came out, everybody thought, oh my gosh, that's changing the world too. So there's always going to be something. So we really appreciate your time and thoughtfulness. And if the committee is comfortable, we would vote on this, and we'd vote on both changes in one vote, if that's okay with you. So I think it's on page 75. If someone would like to make a motion that we accept these changes to the Student Conduct Code for unauthorized collaboration and plagiarism, please.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Is that Ed?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Aye.
Thank you, Ed.
You-
Go ahead, Steve.
Well, I would certainly like to hear your thoughts, Ed.
It's not opposed.
Oh.
Yeah, I thought he opposed
I'm
it.
sorry,
no.
Ed, did you oppose or?
He said aye.
Oh,
said
okay,
aye.
I'm
Ed
sorry.
was an aye.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I
Again,
approve.
that was the delay.
It was the
Yes,
question.
okay.
Yeah, I approve.
I thought we could start over again.
Wow,
Oh, man.
that's a singer.
Stirred the room up, Ed.
Thanks for keeping us awake, Ed. Okay. Thank you very much. The
Thank
motion
you.
has passed.
Thank you, guys, very,
Thank
very
you.
much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we are done with the
We're
committee
adjourned.
meeting.
We are adjourned. So we are meeting at 4? Is that right?
4:15.
4:15.
Just outside these doors.
You know, isn't this amazing? We have 45 minutes. We have 45 minutes.
Awesome.